I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, too far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know don't you know?
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Ghetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it, I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met, it's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey. I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst, there's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing the earth, rising, realizing global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Chest and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile on my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
Flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows just cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they start. She knows just cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now, instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to be the hard, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 at every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to be the hard, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to be the hard, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth, just realized 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of
We bid goodbye to some of the fighters. Perhaps our paths will cross again. But for now, the remaining warriors in the battle are out for blood and out for supremacy. Do or die, make or break. This is VCT Stage 2 Challengers Asia Pacific.
Pero ngayon, ito si Jack na lagarang tersisa at reaction seorang diri saja bareng. Dengan si Doci abis sulak omak gerai terlam.
Use the drone information. Patience.
On the board! And it's gonna fall. Whip is not done. The Oma, your Loma.
They'll gamble and the answer's gonna be called fire and tip.
后续 PPGL 的配合上就是做一个击杀之后。
Hello and welcome to the final day of the play-ins here on APAC. It's the last chance to move forward to the group stages. I'm Likeable and I'm delighted to be with you guys every step of the way here on APAC. But of course, I'm not alone. The amazing panelists alongside me, Raph and Trix, are more than willing to serve you guys the stats and the information that you need to know. Raph, how you holding up? It's the last day of the play-ins.
I am always so delighted to be here with Trix. I'm not too sure how I feel about that. Maybe let's give that a 50-50. But again, guys, good, whatever time it is, wherever you're from. And I'm just joking, I'm always happy to see you, especially when you make that face of disappointment.
Not very convincing, Raph, not at all. But you know what? After yesterday's games, I wouldn't be surprised if we're in for another long day today. I mean, looking at the series highlights, it becomes self-explanatory why the turnout was the way it was. 2-1, 1-2, 2-1, and 2-0. Boom Esports versus Made in Thailand. Starting off with the first series, Tricks. Made in Thailand is the first team to qualify to the group stages. These moments on our screens make it clear as day why they deserve that.
Made in Thailand just did a great job, especially here as we see in Haven. But as I mentioned yesterday, I feel that Boom Esports was really feeling that lack of Sova, the hard intel that they really needed in order to play with that Neon. It just seemed that they were going into the sites blind, which is ironic considering how many flashes.
Of course, Congared and the Kadoom combo was just chef's kiss. But Raph, a lot of things happening yesterday on our screens right now.
Well, a lot. As we look at this RRQ versus Bleed matchup, it was incredibly interesting to see how our local teams would stack up against a powerhouse that is considered one of the biggest mixing pots of talent in the form of Bleed. A lot of experience was being thrown around, and I have to say, it really does set the bar for everything else moving forward today. But before we get a little too excited about that, of course, our boys over at Enigma got really hyped up.
Fear the Enigma or fear the three-headed dog? Another heated series with the exchange of maps and exchange of heads. This match was so intense. Tricks, that towards the end of the series, they were switching thrifty rounds all around.
It was incredible, honestly. Both of the teams, just the setup that both the Enigma team had, where we saw their crossfires, the way that they enter the sites with the flashes, get themselves that advantage. But at the end of the day, Cerberus was pulling through, though.
And of course, the final series of the day, Trix, I'm gonna pass the question to you once again because I know that you were so stoked to watch Ghetto Artist in action.
Yes, proving why I was so stoked to see them in action. Just the sheer confidence that Baby Blue has, the way that they enter the site. I know that it looks a little messy from time to time, but just the way that they cleared the angles made sure that the utility was on point. We had the Sova recon darts, we had the knife from the KO giving that information and suppressing the opponent. Just gave so much room for Baby Blue to pop.
Of course, Baby Blue with the baby blue eyes, so sharp. Backed up with a team that was just not afraid to press W. Now, those gunfights that we just saw are the results of an intense competition that we have ongoing here. But the funny thing is, this is just the beginning of APAC. We've got a long way to go before we find out who the best team is in the region. And to get the full know-how of how this is, here's Mika Fabs with the tournament format.
This is the VCT Challengers APAC Stage 2 playoffs. The climb to the next global stage begins for APAC as the top 20 teams from the region seek out to be feared by those at the top. The tournament begins with the play-ins, where 8 teams are split into 4-team double elimination brackets. The top 2 teams that claim victory in each bracket proceed to the group stage. In the group stage, we'll see the top-seeded squads from the different regions and our teams from play-ins go head-to-head in a 4-team double elimination bracket. The top 2 teams from each group then move on to the playoffs. Our final 8 squads are then seeded in the final double elimination bracket, where they'll get the opportunity to qualify for Master Stage 2 and a chance to seize APAC's throne. The Pacific's rising tide grows stronger, and the time to test those at the top is now. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
Thank you, Mika Fabs, for that wonderful explanation. So to reiterate, today is the last day of the play-ins. We'll be determining who's going to join Made in Thailand and Bleed Esports in their ascent to the group stage. The match schedule will be revealed in today's sequence of the matches to come. But first, we're gonna take a look at the bracket so that we get an update or a feel of how the competition is going so far. So here it is, Trix. Group A play-ins on the board. Very competitive, very exciting teams to come up on this stage.
We see that, as Fluffy pointed out yesterday, there's a repeat match of Boom Esports against Cerberus. So I'm wondering if it's going to tell the tale the same as last time, or if rather than Boom Esports meeting Myth again in the seeding, it's going to be Cerberus.
Wow. I do feel a little bit of resentment there because the last 2 questions were directed at Trix. Never gave me a chance to talk like you can laugh all you want. I'm just gonna say this now. You know what? Hearing Mika's voice, I'm really starting to miss her. But anyway, going back into the action that's on the screen right now. I'm glad that you highlighted that because it potentially could be a repeat of what is to come. Boom Esports versus Cerberus. I feel like this is still a stylistic clash. We've talked about it many times. But maybe this is also a little bit of a peek of my predictions. But before we get into that, RRQ versus Ghetto Artist. I have my thoughts about that one, but RQ, they've been looking strong despite getting knocked into the LB.
Wait, let me just absorb that I am in panel with Raph, and I'm starting to really dread the experience. Fluffy, come back. Fluffy, please. But yes, we do have a thrilling match schedule coming along. I know it may not seem much because compared to yesterday, we did have a lot of series. But here we see who's going first to the next stage, or who gets eliminated in this case, especially in the first series, because again, it's a do or die match all around throughout the day. So Raph, since you're dying for me to throw you the question already, talk about the series that we see on the board.
No, I don't think I will. No, okay. I'm kidding. Again, let's talk about Boom Esports versus Cerberus. As I talked about Boom Esports, they kind of age like a fine wine. The later the tournament goes, the stronger they become. But as we talk about that too, that's not the case, or at least that could be the same case for Cerberus because they've had a lot of VODs to review, and a little bit of weakness has been shown on the side of Boom, getting knocked into the LB. So when we do get into, every information spread that's ahead of us, I feel like it's going to be incredibly interesting and might be a different flavor from what we've seen the past few days.
I will agree to disagree. No, actually, I agree, but I just want to confess to you because you've been spreading so much hate on me. Remember, you're a guest here on the panel. Be nice to me. I don't know why Rap is like
side with either of you. Neutral.
That's right. This is why I'm here. To start things. This is perfect.
After everything we've been through, Trix, especially yesterday, What do you mean? How could you do this to me?
I continue to stay on neutral ground.
No. What have you done, Raph? You have tormented the bond that we have formed over here.
Oh, yeah.
Why?
Keep things interesting. You know, my job here is to get in panel, start some things, get out. No, I'm kidding. That's the duelist mindset. You know, you get in, you get your frags, and then you leave. You get your value. But again, guys, it's been incredibly entertaining for me personally to be on the panel. I'm not entirely sure if the experience has been the same for everyone else.
Not me, obviously. Not at all. Fluffy. Fluffy, if you're watching this, my guy.
Miss you. They miss you.
They miss you. Would I rather have Raph on the panel or Fluffy? I think...
It's no contest.
Do I even have to ask? It's a rhetorical question at this point. But Chicks, why don't you talk more about the teams that we're going to be seeing over here? Really excited to see what's going to go down.
So we've seen already from yesterday what they can bring to the table and what some teams were failing to bring since the first series that they played. I think, as Raph pointed out, Boom Esports doing a great job, but ultimately falling a bit short towards Myth, because Myth just knew how Boom played and were able to also counter that. Hopefully later on we can shed some more light on that too. And
I want to see that too, yes.
Yeah. But GA just playing that dominant game yesterday to end the whole day, it was wonderful. The fact that the sheer confidence, the holding W's, and just able to get those frags, get that kind of space, it was quite the experience.
I have to agree. Now, since we did touch up a little bit on the teams and since the match schedule has already been revealed, I think it's about time that we take focus on the first series. It's the first match that we'll be looking at here, first rematch rather, I was trying to say that, here on the APAC stage or APAC Stage 2. All or nothing on the line, let's reintroduce them right now. So the first team who's put at a now or never situation is an explosive team. They were the top 3 in Indonesia and they were the top 4 team in APAC Stage 1. With a remarkable history, so many people are looking at them to make it into group stage and the knockouts once again. But in the meantime, play-ins is the challenge that they'll have to go through. This is Boom Esports. Here they are, the Boomers. Get it? Because they're from Boom Esports? No?
I don't think that's the same meaning.
I don't think so. You know, like, if you wonder why...
You better be careful with your words, Raph. You better, I'm warning you.
I've always been so crisp, you know. I've always been so careful and so succinct. But Boomers, maybe not. Boom Esports, they definitely have their tenure cut out for them because they've been mighty impressive going into the tournament. They were mighty impressive in the last stage. But I have to admit, them getting an early exit in our first APAC was really not a good look for them. This is something that they really want to avoid, considering that, again, just going back to Blaze King's interview in the previous stage, that if they had to pick every single player from every single position in the game, this would be their super team from their region, and I love that confidence. But so far,
I love that confidence too. I love your confidence and your audacity here on the panel too. But I think Rick feels otherwise.
I think I agree somewhat, but Boom Esports, I find, if you look at their match history, the agent history as well, you find that all of their players are very versatile. They can flex on different roles, and it's been playing to their advantage, although it feels like yesterday they fell a bit short. They struggled to get that early advantage, but again, Myth was just reading them so well, and I wonder how they're going to fare today, if they're going to be able to change their playstyle, or if it might be their untimely demise.
Untimely, I'm not entirely sure, but just to rather focus on their strength, we look at a player like Blaze King. You talked about versatility. He provides a lot of space, and when he's given space, he really does frag out. And considering he's on that third in role, that initiator role, he is an absolute great glue to what is already a fantastic team. But again, it does kind of go back to the question, is this potentially another early exit?
I hope not. But then again, they're faced against an amazing opponent as well. Boom goes the dynamite. Something needs to be detonated in this team or else everybody explodes, you know? Against them though is the big dogs all the way from Vietnam. They're the top 2 team of Vietnam. They made it to APAC Challenger Stage 1 as well, but their dreams of making it further down the line back then were quickly shut down by a team called Made in Thailand. This time around, they look to break that limit and find their way at the top. This is Cerberus Esports. Guards of the Underworld, the 3-headed dog ready to give their enemies a taste of hell. We've got Akashi, Daikute, Kishi, Loki, and Sukatrix. They're fearless, they're fantastic, but most of all, they're vicious.
Contrary to Boom Esports, CES tends to run a more playing to their strengths default. You see that there are people who are clearly more comfortable on the role of the Sentinel. For example, we've got Atsuka. We have the Initiator on Akashi, Loki on that controller, with Daikute and Kishi kind of flexing between the Duelist and the Sentinel, or Duelist and Initiator. So I'm excited to see how they fare. It seems that CES has before struggled with the retake, and with Boom Esports being that kind of team that just goes in, takes that site, I'm wondering if they've improved on that, if they've figured some kind of game plan with the time that they have had to prepare for this match. They tend to force the fights, which might put Boom at a disadvantage because they like to take the fights to the teams. As I have mentioned before, CS being this aggressive team. Yesterday, however, they did lack some of that aggression that I have loved to see from them, that map control, and I worry for them a little bit to see if they've really come prepared to fight once again Boom Esports.
I'm glad you pointed that out. Cerberus, they do have that penchant for extension. They love that forward map control. And again, aggression is the name of the game. But this is something that I'm pretty sure both sides have definitely lapped out. They put it in the R&D division. We know that Boom Esports, they have a very, I would say, static defense at time. There are very many moments. Again, talking about Boom, they don't have a lot of weaknesses that are very apparent, but the stylistic differences between Cerberus, who are absolutely fantastic out of the gate because of said aggression, versus Boom, who kind of love to sit and analyze. Maybe things can go differently. Like I said, the mortality was so obvious in Boom's previous match, and Cerberus, they would love to gnaw at that throat to get that jugular out in the open.
Funny how you mentioned mortality and all of that, because in Greek mythology, Cerberus is actually referred to as the Hound of Hades. It's a multi-headed dog that guards the gates of the underworld to prevent the dead from leaving. So I guess they're trying to lock Boom Esports in that certain scenario we're in. You know what? We're the guard dogs over here. We're the 3-headed dogs. You're not going anywhere. We've got 3 heads to look out for you guys anytime you decide to come at us at any angle. Tricks. I don't know where I'm going with this. I kind of lost my point. But do you see how the name just, or like the symbol of the Cerberus just fits this team?
I can definitely see that symbolism. They want to knock people out, and they have knocked already one team out. So maybe it is time for Boom Esports, or maybe Boom Esports took their loss yesterday to rethink their approach to the game and, fix the mistakes that we clearly saw that they had yesterday.
Yeah, so that may be the time for them, but for us, it's time for us to see who's gonna be going to our head-to-head battle over here. All of these amazing players that we got here, hard to choose who to present here, but for now, we're gonna be going with Sukaraf and Tebotol on the other side.
Flexibility has been something that we've been highlighting at the beginning of the game, and so far in the head-to-head, we have we have spades of that still. Both players capable of high fragging and yet still very, very capable of being that backlight support when they're needed to be. So them being part of that glue that keeps the score together, man, that cohesiveness is really gonna be put front and center today.
It really is. Looking at these guys, so fierce, so ferocious, just death stares. That's what I see when I look at them. Like, I'm looking at you, you better watch out.
No smiles.
No smiles. You know that kid in school that when you see him and he looks at you that way, you're gonna be like, I'm gonna stay away from this guy. Too dangerous, my guy.
Is that how you're gonna paint them?
Sorry, what?
Is that how you're gonna paint them? They're dangerous folk. You know, they look like, we're gonna get in the server, we're gonna destroy everything. I'm just gonna stop.
Yeah, kind of. But I should... You know what I realized? I should practice my own death stare, so that when I look at Raph, I'm gonna be like...
I am so intimidated.
Really hate you? I hate you, right? I gotta do like that.
Oh
why, Raph?
Because you're so likable, like.
That's true. That is absolutely true.
Then why don't you like me?
Are you putting me on the spotlight right here,
Anyway.
right now? Okay, guys, let's just get back into it. Again, Suka is, again, flexible. On a Sentinel, we've seen him on the Duelist every now and then. Tebotol has a more backline-oriented approach, with him mostly being on the Astra and the Viper, if I'm not mistaken. Again, just top of the head. We've seen him play Breach too. So still, it's a stylistic clash, but it is, how'd I put this, in line with the team's philosophy and how they approach the game.
I think CS with Suka up there on their head-to-head, it's just so telling. Suka is amazing with his holds, with his information, whether it's on the attacker side or the defender side, and we've seen Tebotol also set his team up for success as well as himself. So I'm wondering, really, which one is going to prevail today?
Me too. Now, we did touch up that this is a rematch between these two teams. Do you have your notes ready, Trix? Because I do want to get a little bit of a recap how the games went down last time these two faced off.
Last time these two faced off, we had that 1-2 going to the side of Boom Esports, and Boom just showing that dominant takes on the site. But again, there were moments of brilliance on Suka's side and able to read Boom Esports' attacking side and able to push them back to certain angles. But again, we've mentioned Boom Esports has that fantastic 5-man take, which overwhelmed and constantly overwhelmed Cerberus.
If I'm not mistaken too, I believe the last two maps were Breeze and Icebox, right? Which puts a lot of emphasis on Breeze because, again, Cerberus is that type of team to push the tempo. And I feel like those big maps, whenever they need that bailout, if they have to rotate out of sight, let's just say it's a 5v3 situation, right? Boom gets the initial picks. I feel like this is where that penchant to force the fight, that kind of starts biting Cerberus in the back where, oh guys, we have to make a choice here. Either we just go all in on this, we already lost two, or go for that treacherous long rotation towards B. So before the map veto, I feel like this is going to be so interesting already in what we're going to see today.
I have to agree. Now, whether it's Indonesia or Vietnam, Fent or Haven or Split or Bind, we always need a place to stay for the magic to happen. In this case, we're headed to our map veto for the big reveal of these places. Why do you always have a reaction, Raph? I'm trying to be witty over here. Why?
I never said anything. I didn't move. I'm just so excited. And with this excitement... Hey, look, you can't put me on the spot just because this is my one-off for the stage. Potentially, question mark. And you attacking me like this, I feel like I'm actually on the defensive end. I'm doing the rope-a-dope here. But look at that! Look at that, Laika! Look at that! Bind gets banned. Just look at it.
Okay, my favorite map is not gonna get picked. Your point? Your point?
Bind is your favorite map? That's questionable, honestly.
Are you saying that I'm a red flag for liking Bind?
I never said anything like this. My goodness, like, what does surprise me is Boom getting split because, if memory serves correctly, they haven't been all that good on this map, especially when it came to the APAC stage. Again, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe their last outing on this, was it against Onyx in the previous stage? Didn't have the greatest of games.
I do think, though, in the recent challengers, they were doing pretty well, but I think Trix would have more information regarding this.
Yeah, they didn't do well in the APAC Stage 1, I believe, but on their stage, on the second leg of it during the Indonesia qualifiers, they actually did fantastic on split, so I'm a little surprised that CES let that through. And the fact that CES picked Breeze, last time they didn't do too well against Boom Esports on that map.
Basing it again off of their previous performance versus Cerberus, they kind of build their momentum, especially on defender. Like, it's pretty hard to stop Boom Esports when they're on the defending. But it does carry over a little bit when they're attacking as well. They had great trades during that game, and we got to see a lot of that Berserk's action with him just switching positions every single time and just catching players off guard as he takes a pick. And I think that that's very important, draft, going into a map like Breeze.
Why are you putting this on me again? No, I'm kidding. Again, Breeze, Trix did have a great
I can't
point.
read you, man. You don't want... you hate it when I throw it to Trix. You don't like it when I throw it to you. What do you want? Men are so complicated. Draft, please, make this easy for us here on the panel. But as you were saying...
Okay, that was a curveball, honestly. You got me on that one. Nearly broke out of the, fourth wall there. But again, talking about Breeze, I'd have to agree with the point of Trix, where honestly, Cerberus didn't do too hot. They had the idea of what they wanted to do, but cracking that defense, trying to break through that line, seemed like it was a bit of a challenge for them. But again, we kind of have to go back on how their R&D have prepared this, because they I think it was Boom also who left Ascent as a decider, which was their crux in that last series. So if this isn't a clean 2-0, then I don't know, man.
I'm thinking that both teams are coming into it a little... they're more prepared. We've seen Cerberus falter in some maps. We've also seen Boom falter in other maps where we thought it was going to their favor. So it's possible as well that Boom Esports going back to their VODs, looking through what they've done, the mistakes that they've made, and possibly going to come through and say, we fixed our mistakes and we've learned from it.
Now, do you have any predictions, Trix, as to what type of composition we'll be seeing in the maps to come?
I hope that they just go for compositions that they're comfortable with. I hope that we do see a KO if at all, but I think that the Sova is going to be very prominent. We've seen both teams do very well on that Sova, being able to get those frags with it and being really impactful. So I worry a little bit, as Raph has pointed out, with those map picks inside of Boom Esports, because I'm not sure if it's really going to their favor unless they have really done something since yesterday.
Well, wait, okay, let me list down the maps again. So the first map, we're gonna go to... Definitely not Fine. I don't know why. Whenever we talk about the maps, I always get so fuzzy. We only have 7 maps, but for some reason, my brain cannot handle all of them. So, what was the first map again?
Split, yeah.
Split. Okay, we talked about it.
And then
Split,
Ascent.
Breeze, Ascent.
Yeah.
Okay, so I actually got it right in my head, but I needed your confirmation because you guys are very reliable, just like the teams that we got here. So in Ascent, Raph, yes, I'm talking to you, surprisingly. We remember Boom Esports was beaten by Cerberus over here, and I gotta say that the defensive hold that they got here was just really, really good, especially with Suka. Suka just a mastermind when it comes to holding on a site, and I really think that they need to watch out for his ingenious traps over here.
Absolutely. Map control has always been the name of his play, and talking about Ascent, I feel like because Boom loves to just kind of hold up in either let's just cut off the rotation or let's just hold on to a site, it's never really anything in between. They're very committed to whatever defensive scheme they run. If we go back on that map, or at least when we last saw them play that, even on the offense, they had a little bit of trouble because Ascent is a map where you either take mid or you just kind of ignore it, right? But since their attacks are so default heavy, they couldn't really get any meaningful ground on their side. Sure, they got a pick early, but one play that really I would feel like would haunt Boom was when they laid down that Cosmic Divide. They tried to cross, but I think it was actually Suka who cut them off from market into spawn, and we just watched that time wind down. That was the 12 longest seconds of, I think it was also Tebra on the Omen. Or was it the Omen? Was it the Astra? Again, my memory's a little fuzzy too, but these are moments that are very, very interesting, to say the least.
True. And after all, with all of the series that we've been watching, you've been casting over and over here on APAC, it gets really confusing, especially with the flexibility that, again, these players always have to offer. When you have a controller, sometimes they're on the Brimstone, the Viper, the Astra, the Omen, you know, whatever situation is brought about over them. They really know how to adjust. They really know how to fill what the team needs for that certain situation.
From memory, I think Boom Esports on Ascent actually gave Cerberus too much room to play on those more aggressive angles, on the angles that'll catch them off guard if they try to set, because we know Boom Esports likes to do that 5-man setup. So I think this time, if Boom has learned from that, they're going to retake that map control or take it early on from the defender side. Because again, Cerberus was taking this information as a defender. They were taking the fight towards the attackers and just waiting for it.
Okay, now that you guys are explaining more and more, my memory is coming back. I remember this series. This was one of the first series that we had during day number 1. And I remember the contrast that happened from Ascent to Breeze back then. We're in Ascent, Cerberus Esports was having these really big rotations. They were kind of reading through Boom Esports' playstyle, and they were really punishing Boom Esports whenever they give too much space on Ascent. However, when we moved to Breeze, I remember this game, it was a whole other Boom Esports. Stop! My memory is already poor, Raf. Don't stop my train of thought. But yeah, Boom Esports managed to turn that game around. They were starting to cover all of their bases over here, Raf. Like before, if they were giving too much space, they made sure that over at Breeze, they weren't giving space to the enemy this time.
Yeah, I mean, even against Myth, right? That is something that Boom is very, very comfortable with. It's also kind of a double-edged sword because they're a team that's very hard to suffocate. Because, again, the comfort of just letting teams do whatever they want, and then they come back with, oh, hey, guys, yeah, sure, you won 4 rounds in a row, but we're Boom Esports, you play this game incredibly intelligent, this and this and this. But what happens when those rounds start running out? What happens when they can't run up a lead, when they make the adjustment? And that's really a pivotal point that Cerberus has to, how would I put this, emphasize on.
I had to take a pause because midway through what you were saying, I was wondering, how does Aserai stand this guy? How?
He doesn't.
Well,
oh my gosh,
I mean,
okay. No, you put all the heat on me today. Leave Aserai alone. The poor man was innocent yesterday and you had to drag him in the panel. Come on. Hashtag free Aserai. Leave him out of panel jail.
In my defense, we listen to his cast, your cast, together all the time. You shut him down every single time when you guys are together. But I don't get a say in it. I don't get to shut him down in his face. I can only
that is true.
hear him. So this is my retaliation to all of the dad jokes that he's been doing and has been infecting everybody else in the talent pool with, because I've heard the puns come out of Black and Blue's mouth as well. And
wow.
What?
Ladies and gentlemen, as you see, we are very cohesive, we are very tight-knit, and, you know, that's what I'm saying. The laugh from Trick's side, it's very telling. Tricks, if you have something to say it right now, because Laika's like, what is Raph trying to do now?
I have nothing to say. I am neutral ground.
I believe that one day, Trix is gonna go on the dad joke train. He doesn't know it yet, he won't see it coming, but it's gonna come there. But in the meantime, while we wait for that day to arrive, we're gonna go to a quick break. So don't go anywhere, guys. Grab your popcorn, grab your snacks, grab your drinks, and just relax as we begin the games in just a few minutes.
Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the... Stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom and be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever? And ever, and ever.
Okay.
Fantastic.
I'm pretending to be happy to be right beside Raph, but yay, we're back. And okay, let me just catch myself a little bit. Boom Esports and Cerberus Esports, really great game, really great players. We've seen them battle it out before, and now we get to see more of them once again. Now, Trix, we've seen the map over here. What would you say is the win condition for either of the teams, and who do you think will bring out a composition that will fit that condition?
I think on Split, considering it's Boom Esports decision, they definitely need to get that. They need to counter that aggression that we are going to see from Cerberus. Whether it be making sure that their flank is ready, whether it be making sure that they have more control of the map, is also going to be very important.
Oh man, I don't know if I agree with the chamber picks, honestly, on either side. On the side of Boom, though, they're very adamant on running this Neon. The science is there. We understand why. There's a lot of CC, especially adding Astra to that mix. But so far, I feel like it's such a high execution and such a high responsibility comp that I would say kind of goes against the DNA of Boom. But I feel like they have, once again, I did say that we might see something different this time around. So maybe this is that extra spice to their flavor.
They don't usually run the Breach combo, if I'm not mistaken. They usually go for the Sky, the Rays. Today we get to see Breach and Neon. Do you think certain adjustments are really in order over here, Tricks?
I think it all depends on what Boom is going to do with the information that they have so far. I think Neon can be very good, especially on a map like Split, actually, because they don't really need that hard intel that you don't have a Sova typically on this map. So I think it might go well for them to have that Neon, have that aggressive fast play, but also have the entire control, suppression with that KO, that Astra global utility, and the Breach as well.
Well, with that being said, Trix, you did talk about how Boom is going to adjust with the information that's going to be given to them, but like I mentioned, right, it's such a proactive composition that, again, I'm not entirely sure how they plan on picking and prodding at Cerberus when they have to be the ones that have to go all in. Neon on the defensive end, again, yes, very quick rotations, even faster on a tiny map like Split, but how much value can they get really out of that versus a fairly generalist comp, in all honesty, on the side of Cerberus? Once again, it does kind of come back to how is Boom going to execute with this?
That is the big question over here, but then again, surprises on its way. We expected that the unexpected will be brought about. That's always how it is. That is the theme of APAC over here. And Boom Esports and Cerberus Esports ready to put on a show. Will there be an explosion or will all hell break loose? Let's find out together. Draft and the rest of the casters with the names, take it away.
Thank you for the emphasis.
Production, I will never introduce myself like that.
What?
My name is Just Aserai, and with me now is Just Raph, okay?
No, what are you talking about? Introduce you as who? I don't know. I
don't know
couldn't hear
either.
it properly.
Yeah,
what's
couldn't
that?
hear it either. Yeah.
Daddy Aserai? Is that how he wants to be introduced? That's crazy. Look at him. Look at him. Hey, guys.
All right.
Serious.
Enough.
Yes.
Hootenannies, enough shenanigans, enough tomfoolery, enough Kardashian-esque, whatever. All right, we're back at it again. And this time, can't stress enough how we are put into a similar situation with more repercussions than before, because this is part of the elimination bracket already for the lower bracket here in one of the groups. Again, with Cerberus having that rematch that they have against Boom. Mind you, Cerberus was doing quite well that last time. I don't know why you're still smiling, but I do fondly remember you saying in the panel discussion, you know, aside from you defending me, which is thank you, by the way, hashtag
That's
free
right. Free Aserai.
Yeah. That Boom Esports aged like fine wine. You know, they just perform better as the tournament goes deeper. And I think aside from that is, even though Cerberus has proven to be a worthy adversary, the problem with them is it feels like they can only really rely on certain players like Suka and Daikute to really elevate their game. But for Boom, it's the whole enchilada, Raf.
Must be lunchtime, huh? Talk about enchiladas. My goodness. My goodness. The day just began. But yeah, I feel like everyone on the board actually has that reliability. But I'm just really not too sure how they're going to play this map out. I've expressed my... I wouldn't necessarily say doubts, but my curiosity on what Boom's plan is. Because like we said, incredibly default-heavy team. To commit to such a proactive lineup, it will be such a treat for all of us. And again, I just don't want to see a repeat. I feel like every Boom fan just doesn't want to see a repeat of what happened in the previous APAC stage. Just flip Shadur. Make sure of that, at least on these first round endeavors. They get that one pick. And right now, they're just trying to play off of that.
Too long of a corridor, and Suka was like nowhere near to actually help him out. He did have the headhunter charges, but as you can see with his position, he's actually was waiting for the aggressive push onto ramps because of that shorty. Anyways, the rest of Cerberus having to compress and condense themselves onto mid as they hear the noise coming in through B main. They're second guessing once again. There's still Suka all the way there, but his TP placement is going to be at screens here. So if Boom try to go for B, this should be quite easy for them. Still though, Loki, beautiful use onto the paranoia. Not going to be enough just for the one for trades. Akashi, great flash overall, delays the attack of Boom even further. Look at how quickly they just break apart the defense, just like a freshly baked bread. They just rip it apart quite easily.
First, it was enchiladas. Now we're gonna take a gander at the pastry. Again, guys, we all love our food. And it's around lunchtime in most places in Southeast Asia. And come on, man, don't do this to me. We all love great action. Sometimes you kind of need that food for filling. And maybe this is the gist that Boom Esports need. I feel like it was yesterday. We were talking about how they kind of lack that explosive power against Myth. Maybe this is their solution to that. And with their slow play mixed in with that explosive first step, then maybe this is a completely different beast. As Berserks and the rest of the boys, they walk in to ropes, to vents without any question, as Frostmine even finds Daikyu through the smoke. Cerberus, they might be a little confused on what might happen here, but with the pistols in hand, the fighting chance just ain't that high to begin with.
Try to be sneaky inside the smokes, but it's not going to happen. I really do like the male smoke rather than the top mid smoke. It just allows you for a lot more control onto ropes, and then you don't really have to stress yourself coming in through male. That's the problem right now for Cerberus. But since Boom do know all about the weak buy of Cerberus here, quick push outside of B main isn't really out of the equation here. Loki, no more paranoia this time, gets stunned, backs away. Thankfully enough, there is a whole lot of Cerberus just positioned right now. It's still not going to matter though. Loki still somehow finds a pick with the classic, but in the end, it is just going to be Boom with a relatively clean buy round. Coming into the bonus, Cerberus, now they got the firepower. They got what it takes to at least stop the attack.
I'm curious to hear your opinions on the chamber pick actually on Split. I guess the maneuverability is there. I feel like Cypher is still the choice for quite a few teams, but the science behind chamber, it's definitely present, but it's so contact heavy. What do you think?
Kind of is. You're gonna have to force those positions as Cerberus. But I was gonna comment again as well. Not sure if you brushed up on this with the panel, because you know sometimes I don't listen. I know it's one of my diseases. Wow. Yeah, but they do have the neon.
One of your diseases. Whoa.
Whoa. Anyways, this one's gonna be huge. Yeah, the triple repeat. I think this is something I also mentioned beforehand, that Cerberus really just loves to go for the repeat on certain angles here. Loki's going to be in really dire straits. Somehow manages to still find the duel and backs up into the corner. We'll try to get maybe chased by the rest of the attackers, but they're at least keeping him pushed back onto B main. Kishi, gets a whole brunt of Judge. And Tabatal just makes it into a low-key situation here. What can this mischievous player be able to do? Can maybe go for the cross with the smoke. That could be beautiful, but he wants to clear everything a la carte peak. All right, I like this.
Nothing extra.
Yeah.
Nothing on the side here. I like that. I like that. That is a very fancy way of saying dry peak, Asteroid. But Loki, maybe a trickster, maybe a god at that. Definitely has to ascend to that type of beat. But what is a god in front of a buckshot? Not much, apparently. As we see Boom convincingly take a third round on the board. Again, such wonderful execution from them, already shutting down the doubters. And for all those curious folk like me, this is exactly how Boom want to play it. Now, we turn our microscopes towards Cerberus. Again, they got those frags. They got in the sights. The Judge proved to be, well, a little too much to handle, especially in a tight map like this.
And this is on the attacking side again. I think we kind of stressed this way too many times, especially at the base level for some teams, because we do know that it's all about the defense on split, right? But there's a lot of flushing capabilities here from Boom Esports. It feels like they're expert plumbers, man. They can just flush out these certain little angles, you know, declog the drains, as it were, because there's a lot of drainage here on split, and it's kind of working well for them. I mean, it's still 3 rounds. It's pretty slow going from how we've seen things, but it's been the cleanest, I think, that we've also witnessed Boom play.
Oh, yeah. While they are amazing plumbers, are they going to save the Princess while they're at it? Maybe run a few go-karts. As we already see a very quick take on the site. A first shot, a critical miss on the side of Suka, as he does get taken down by Frostmine. Jitter, lying in wait, finds Akashi. Loki, without a doubt, and have full confidence that he may take this clutch. But in the eyes of Boom Esports, this is not meant to be, as the weaponry is just a little too much to handle. And they don't even bother picking up the pistols for just that tiny bit of a free upgrade. Now, Boom, 4 rounds straight on the opener. Usually this is something we see Cerberus do. And it's clear as day that Boom Esports, they've done their homework.
They've done it, and they really are looking to execute this composition of those quite well. I think the issue that we might have had before with Berserk's playing on his Neon, maybe, and again, I'm not an expert Neon player on this, but this could be something as well. He really does tend to under-frag. I don't think underperform is the right statement, but under-frag when he plays Neon on certain maps. But now it's looking quite good, because if you also see at the composition here for Boom, it's all about that triple concuss, right? Once the concuss happens, that's a free, 1 to 2 seconds. Berserk slides right in. He doesn't slide into your DMs. He slides in right in front of your face and then shoots you. So that's even more deadly. So, you know, just putting it out there.
I don't know where you're going with that. Honestly,
it's the combo.
Started off incredibly innocent. Now sliding into DMs. We don't slide, we knock first. Hey, yo, what's up? Well, that's a very, like, forward way of knocking. But I kind of also want to go back to you talking about Berserks. And just the volume frags, not really that present on Neon. I feel like the way teams employ Neon is that she's not really made to be a main rifler. She's really a substitute for Jet, considering this is one of Jet's worst maps. And that's saying something, because she's still pretty okay here. She's viable, but she really misses that corner clearing that Raids provides, unless you're running double duelist. But in that case, look how close. I believe that was Suka was playing to A main with that operator, kind of tempting fate. And maybe this is what Trix was talking about. Cerberus, they really want to get those fights, but what happens when they can't? We see the reposition here, but suddenly that defensive layout, it's gone back into a default play. Boom Esports, they have no qualms of doing this. They run down the clock yet again.
They're not really afraid of anything. I think also the long corridor of A just supplements the operator of Suka quite well. So being close and personal on B is, I think, what they're jiving for the most. Loki is here. Slow Orb still active for Daikyu. running down the clock, but arguably enough, I thought we're going to be like down to like 20 seconds. There's still a good chunk of time for Boom to wrap the way all around. The thing is, from B to A, again, that's a solid 15 to 16 seconds. So once they come in here, Berserks really has to make the effort of at least getting the one pick, or at least make a lot of noise so that they're not going to get caught again with the shot from Suka. And there it is, beautifully executed by Berserks. There's still one on the side. That's going to be Kishi. If he gets 2 kills, maybe a showstopper in hand. But where did that flush come from? Beautiful stuff from Frostbite to follow through. Akashi stops it down. An ultimate might at least stop the plant on the spike, but it's not. And the 3 versus 4, at least the defenders do have a lot of util to make work with. Frostbite, oh, he just didn't wait for the aftershock. That's rather unfortunate. And Loki, once again, in this precarious situation, they have cleared basically everything, spotted him on the jump. And now it's nearly impossible for him to get the cross without actually going to the meat grinder. Bullets that Boom and the rest have just set it up, okay? He's able to isolate a couple, no, just a single fight. But Boom, damn, that was so clean.
This is Loki being the last person alive for the last, what, 5 rounds now? 4 rounds? Or 3 out of 5 rounds, sorry, pardon me. I'm not sure what kind of pattern it's trying to tell us here, but he did have an extra smoke in that last attempt at the clutch. Maybe they should try and relegate quite a bit of their attention actually to playing around their utility, because Cerberus, they seem to be rattled on how Boom is playing. Boom, looking very, very impressive, especially their ult economy. They have everything and a healthy surplus of it. Now we see Cerberus, they go for yet another 2-on-2 split here. We see Tebadal actually finding Akashi. They try to go for something cheeky there, Aserai. And maybe that's already one of the signs that they're probably just gonna hang back now. This is one of the rounds where they were potentially allowed to experiment with their positioning, but oh my goodness indeed. As we see, Cerberus getting butchered by Boom Esports. Suka and Daikyu, they're left alone. We have a headhunter, but that suppress is gonna keep that custom pistol in his pocket for quite a few seconds. The Sheriff on Daikyu looks to enforce the law, but there will be no resistance on his end, as Suka actually finds a pushing Tebadal. Oh my goodness. 6 rounds in the blink of an eye. Boom Esports. Very, very ferocious in this outing.
Feels like they just knew what was going to be coming. Tebadal just hiding inside the smoke. The throw of the fragment from Blaze King there. He absolutely knew where the rest of these eco players were placed upon. Yeah, I'm losing my words, but you know who's not losing their words or losing their anything? It's Boom. Okay, there you have it.
There you have it. That's right, you truly are a wordsmith. You dazzle me. It's Boom Esports. They do use that rolling thunder on the side of Cerberus,
nice
but the window.
relay.
Oh my goodness, the delay tactics, like you said. They get no value out of that. What a heartbreaker for Cerberus. They found a little bit of positioning. That's a consolation for them. But what else? Now they funnel Boom towards A. Do they get the read on this? They still left Vent and Ropes open. Kishi is here to play first contact. Now we see the Cosmic Divide. The utility shuffle definitely in favor over at the boys. Over Boom, but flips jitter. He finds Kishi. The Rolling Thunder is here to retaliate. Daikyu is left in a pretty dangerous position, especially against a searing hot Tebadal. And flip jitter. All the confidence in the world is in the bag for Boom Esports. They haven't even lost a single member. Loki left alone to his devices. And still the shoulder, the weight, the expectations still searing on his mind. And Aserai, what is going on? Cerberus, what do they have to fix? They have to do it very, very quickly.
It's the minute things, I think. It's just the minute details of anything. And by that, I mean, it feels like what they're doing is right. You know, they're pushing, trying to get that map control. But Boom, they're just waiting for a little bit of that reaction, you know, a little bit of that stimulus to the utility that's been spread out. They kind of see that be utilized, not here, but a lot more on B main. Because what happened there was the way that Kishi was able, or rather, who was this again? Flipshitter, excuse me, from Boom got in onto A was that there was just 4 people outside of B main from Boom. And he just slow charged A site, and no one could be the wiser. Suka! Yeah, that's kind of happened a couple of times already. I think Kishi was the one that got the brunt of that, and now it's a different person, and this is... Whoa! You don't really see that too much every day from a chamber, mind you. Shots get into the hands of Loki, so he's not going to be able to push through this unless they get in point-blank distance. Akashi coming out through the ropes. Flash will come through. And my god. Alright, Loki again. Yeah, it was kind of too obvious now.
How many rounds have we seen pass by and Boom has not lost a single person on their team? That is honestly mind-boggling. Suka here, he's trying to get something going for him, and I love the unwavering confidence, the bravado of it all. But Boom, they are just playing this perfectly. They're very, very pristine. Maybe Temperance is the name for Cerberus here. Again, they just seem to be blanketed by this blistering offense. Boom, they're looking mighty impressive.
You want to play? Let's play.
And again, look at the timing on like Berserk with how he just doesn't get hit by his own teammates' stuns. Yesterday, I think he was just, or the other day that we were casting him, he was just like, oh, I get stunned here and I can't do anything. Now, it's so different. It feels like Boom have shed off their first jitters or whatnot, or maybe even, again, if you guys know what happened to Boom, you know, the issues that they have been facing. And they're just looking on fire. Like, Flips didn't even take any damage there. Cerberus, 4 more rounds before we end the half, and they're really struggling into this one, especially when, again, they've just invested so much into this. Suka, his could be perfect. No TP? So ballsy from Suka. He really wants to get that better reposition first, and comes back into the embrace of Daikyu. Give me the heal, why don't you? Why not? 4-4 though.
4-4, the first frag, and it's actually Berserk's falling. But Daikyu has something to say about Kishi. Here we are, Flipshitter trying to push the tempo again. We've seen him do it successfully. Cerberus, their defense far more impressive than what we've seen in the previous rounds. Suka still holding on to this operator, but as these angles get more claustrophobic, as these shots start to ring more often than not, Flipshitter is actually the scoped menace on the side of Boom, and the duel begins. But it's Daikyu providing a bit of a flank. Flips gets Daikyu, Kishi gets Tebadol, and now Suka, so crisp with those shots, gets a third, but that's all he gets. Cerberus, they hold on, they get that operator back in their hands, and around a semblance of control. Boom Esports, they get annihilated in that round.
At what cost though? So expensive. They can save the operator for Suka once again. But it wasn't the op shots that Suka really just popped off. It was the headhunter. So we'll probably see that in the replay.
Very
nice. Very nice indeed. Flips has been, again, just the person that has been 100% lurking for Boom here. And I think we go back to the fact that he's kind of changed his role up from being the explosive entryer to the one that just becomes explosive all around the map. Any case, again, Boom still have so much to fall back on, not in just the rounds, but everything in terms of creds and whatnot. Cerberus putting a lot more emphasis into this mid play. If Loki finds a little bit more effect here, could actually back away. He's on the box. Oh, that was close. He could be chased down. The relay bolt, absolutely perfect. Kishi still wins the fight though, but Blaze King was just not far behind to get the refrag. It's still not the end. The teams like Cerberus are starting to get a lot more fight in their steps. The problem therein lies, Boom is very much aware of this fight, and they're so accurate with how they've been connecting these shots.
Spry fellows, as we see Suka and Daikyu try to reel this round back into their favor. With an operator, as big of an investment as it is, they might actually just go for the save call here. No spike commitment just yet. One misstep on the side of Boom could potentially create a vortex that they might get sucked into. Suka still holding down A main. Tebadol already putting down the default stars. Suka doesn't have that teleport available, I believe. So this is a very risky move. He was crispy for 1, but that's all he gets. And he leaves Daikyu all on his lonesome without a res, without too much utility on his mind. He might just go for exits here. But Blaze King falling like that, it's going to make the situation much more doable, much more bearable for Daikyu. They've discovered where he is. The sound cues all Boom needs. He still has quite a bit to work with. A heal in hand, a slow orb, and a shoulder to take. But he guesses wrong on the refrag. A very, very good effort on the side of Daikyu. But the RNG gods, they were not in his favor. The good thing about that, though, Asura, is that we see a lot more life on the side of Cerberus. They're hanging on very, very well. Although we talk about that, but they are now resigned to yet another eco round.
That was so unfortunate. Like, I really liked how Cerberus just fought tooth and nail for mid. The big problem therein lies they could just not find the shots necessary. Look at that. He took like a hot minute to think if Daikyu was able to spot him again with the stun kills, but this time it's Berserks on top. No real strong weapons for Akashi and the rest of Cerb here. Loki plays inside the smoke, but I think Boom already know what the shenanigans of this trickster therein lies between his own utility. So they just go back again, just slow the pace down. They've got the pick already that they need, and all they really have to wait for right now is the burn of utility. Great shots from Daikyu, but again, only good for 1.
There's something so amusing about watching a bunch of pro players just crouch hold something. Again, a very legitimate strat and a very legitimate maneuver. Still amusing nonetheless. But here we are, Tebedal. Not amused, not bemused by anything. Loki goes for a very cheeky smoke. Tebedal might not be expecting this, but what is this timing? Again, Loki has not been the luckiest player, but Suka, he's finally online. Had a rough start. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. Suka, he marches forward! Whoa! Flip jitter! Ferrari peeking him. Kishi gets 1, but Tebedal gets the last say on this round, and 110. The double digits hitting before the half even finishes. Very, very good look for Boom Esports.
You know what Tebedal just did? In the industry, that's what we call a fly swatter.
I see. You know, I've always said that you were very good at sound effects, Asura. I'm glad you've really taken to that.
Yeah, I should be a Foley artist. Look at that.
Yeah, you should. That would be cool, right? Like while you're
That's what
casting.
Yeah. So if people don't know, I believe that is what it's called. So for people in the industry, like in the movie industry, who does sound effects, right, with the squishing of like the boots and swords clashing, that's called Foley. Yeah.
Yeah.
Foley. Yeah. All right. Last round into the first half. Let's go.
Let's go. As my goodness, you talking about a Foley? Oh my God, Akashi, the Emperor Eye was completely blinded in that exchange, and what a shot by Blaze King! But he falls face first. Daikyu peppers him with bullets. Daikyu has somewhat managed to do this again. He's looking for a body. He's looking for a buddy. Kishi is here up on the heavens. Tebedal could potentially deny 1. He gets 2. The spray control isn't there completely as Kishi took his time, but they finally got their second round on the board. And wow, this is still a very, very tough hill to climb. If they were trying to maximize their attacking side, then Boom Esports have done that beautifully. But again, the defensive side is still in question.
Well, we'll see how that kind of pans, because this is a comp that we've seen a lot of teams employ that has created much success on attack and defending side, especially here on Split, right? So maybe with all of the utility that they do have, they can flush out these corners. The problem is Boom can at least flip the switch and start throwing out concusses on there. And again, they do have the triple concuss with the relay bolt. I have no idea what Astra's concuss is called. I just call it Astra concuss. And then the fault line from, you know, the breach.
That is called the Nova Pulse.
Ah.
I know. It's not that I Googled it or anything. But it's called the Nova Pulse. Have full faith. Have full confidence. Wow.
Wow.
I knew it. I knew it. I just knew it. I felt it in my bones. It was right there.
Yeah. The ever alluring 3-letter words of Owen Wilson will always be engraved in my heart. Wow.
As we look at this halftime pause, what are the symptoms of Cerberus's problems here? Obviously, when we get into the fight, it does become that much more even. But maybe because Boom's uptime with the utility is just so prevalent.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what's giving them, or at least that's what their Achilles heel is at the moment. But here we have a new half. Could potentially be a new life for Cerberus. They've been very successful on their pistol rounds. If they can just get one swing on the board, then maybe, just maybe, that's step one for their comeback.
Here.
How's this spread gonna look like for this one? I kind of want the Akashi Kishi combo to be more pronounced here on this pistol. But, I mean, his fault line does have a lot of influence wherever he is. Berserks has already gotten the information. Loving the back hop that he's doing there just to get back into corner without losing vision of what's in front. And he just tries to repeat it once again, waiting on Blaze King to come in through here. They've actually set up the star on mid. That's why they've pushed up so aggressively still on male. Now that it's backing away, and also retreat just for the nick of things. But if you look how Cerberus have kind of placed themselves out into the open, haven't really gotten too much. Oh, this triple peek is going to be no, it's gonna happen. Daikyu. And then on the other side of the map, they gotten Suka, and we're 3 players remaining from the attacking team.
And we see the slower approach still has not benefited Cerberus. As we see yet another struggle, perhaps. Berserks finds Kishi. The flash was beautifully timed, though. Zakashi and Loki try to salvage anything out of this round. The positioning does benefit them, at least maneuvering towards B. They're not wary, or at least they're not aware of this flank from Tebedal, though. They get the spike down, which is acceptable. As now Tebedal, he sees the leg of Loki, but Loki says no peepers. Frostmine finds Akashi. Now 1v3 again. Loki, he wants to rectify his mistakes. Again, Blaze King, he runs into it. Or rather, he runs into him. And peppering him with frenzy bullets. Now, did we see a single ghost? I think we did, right? I think a few, actually. But this is the power of the frenzy and the classics. Especially in tighter maps like this where, oh, hey, you're around the corner. Not anymore.
Automatic pistol, what? Yeah. That's how strong it is. That was a bit of wishful thinking from Daikyu to try to pick up the orb, and then there's like 3 people that just went out and says, no, bad Daikyu. Can't get the orb for yourself without dying.
I see.
Or spy from Cerberus.
I'm not sure how to feel about this from the side of Cerberus, as there's an Ares here, like a God of War, swinging, cutting down Cerberus. The gates of hell, now they remain unguarded, as 3 heads have been removed, but Kishi with an explosive trade tries to get something going, but instead he has to fall back. The gates of the underworld, they seem to be calling, not for Boom, but for Cerberus. A great start indeed for this half, for this map. Maybe even for the series, Asarai. Maybe it's too soon to call. But Berserks being alone on this site might not be the greatest thing for Cerberus, because there is a looming Frostmine on Heaven here. Now all the utilities coming up. The Spectre, the spray control from both players, actually. And now we're gonna see Cerberus in an ecoed state.
Not the prettiest if you're a fan of Cerberus. Vietnam region really struggling this entire play-ins that we do have. Again, this is the only region that has gotten 2 invites or 2 slots for the play-ins, where other teams will just have the 1 play-in invite. Unfortunately, yeah. Unfortunately, it's one of those things. We'll see if Cerberus can still survive this, but I mean, it's a best of 3 series, so there's always that second one But I was going to point out as well that it feels like Cerberus is one of those teams that just thrives on the open space, but Split chokes them, and they're going to get strangled to give Boom that first game in this best of 3.
Well, that happens. Very well placed. Maybe that's what Boom was counting on. Claustrophobic encounter, not really benefiting Cerberus, as Boom Esports convincingly take map 1, but for all you Cerberus fans out there, it's not the end of the world. That's why I did mention that this is only the beginning.
Yes.
Absolutely.
The beginning of the end for somebody.
For one of these teams, yeah, for one of these teams. One of them is gonna sleep with the fishes. I think.
You think?
Well, life-wise.
Yeah, I mean, the second map is gonna be Breeze. Well, speaking of Breeze, that was a bit of a whoosh for Boom there. Unfortunately for Cerberus, they're going to have to figure out what they need to do, especially on game number 2, because that is going to be possibly their final resting place. We're going to give it to the panel after this break, so guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me.
The team has been detonated. You better watch out for an even bigger explosion. Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Still likable, Raph, and Trix on the panel. My goodness, what a game! Great casting from Asterai and the rest of the casters. You did okay too, Raph. You did okay.
I'm not gonna acknowledge that. I'm not gonna acknowledge that at all.
I'm just kidding. You did great. You did great. Okay, I said it. Okay, that series, just wow. With the speed and velocity of what happened over there, Trix, it seems like Boom had a breeze. You see that?
I see what you did there. But yes, Boom Esports just pulling through with that Neon, as I said. The amount of space that you can take, it's a better lineup to have on Split than on a map like Haven, which they tried. I think with it on Split, you saw that they were able to take those corners, take those duels, just the sheer amount of pushing back the opponents, but the Neon running straight in, forcing them into a duel themselves, taking the fight to Cerberus, which you usually see Cerberus do so much more often.
Yeah, you could say that Boom Esports was able to take the sites, and they were also like, take all that you want from me. I'm gonna stop. Raph, got anything to share before you retaliate to what I just said?
I'm absolutely appalled that I have to deal with this. No, I'm kidding. Again, oh my goodness, like, I feel like I see why you get upset at Asterai, especially with the way things have been going, but just to go back onto that point too, we typically do see Cerberus being the one to strike first blood, but maybe with some of those rounds, honestly, we saw Suka play pretty far forward. We saw a bit of success here and there, especially those 2 rounds that they won, but again, if you just kind of look at the numbers here, Suka might have to play a little more conservative. I talked about it on cast too, how the utility shuffle was really going in the way on Boom. It just seemed like their uptime for all their utility just seemed infinite. And Cerberus, they couldn't find the answer up until they got into those scrambles.
Yeah, speaking of that uptime, I remember I was talking about this with Laika while we were watching the match. You know, there was that one round Boom Esports on the Defender where peeking mid, we saw that the Breach was in Defender spawn. They had a stun ready in case that Cerberus would just try to overwhelm that Neon. But in turn, the Neon fell back. They took B main. And instead of pushing B main that we see a lot of teams do, they went back to KO, set up a flash, and then they took back B Heaven as well, with a double peek coming in from the Neon and the Breach.
Oh, I remember that round completely. We were gushing over it, how that round came to be behind the scenes. Now, I am looking at the series highlights over here. I almost thought that this is going to be a Bleed Esports game when Tebatol brought out the Judge Raph. Thrifty round on the side of BME.
Arian has made his mark, and for very good reason. We did talk about how the Judge can find value in a map like Split, pardon me. But I like this round. This was very, very standout for Suka. This is what he wanted to replicate all across the board, but unfortunately, I feel like I've had this conversation with Black and Blue. Again, we love seeing individuals pop off. We love watching all those highlights. But is it sustainable? It really is not. We saw a lot of aggression.
At the end of the day, right, it's a team game, and we see Boom Esports really pull that off. The amount of utility there to help each other, not overcommitting, but still being aggressive. And I guess the communication and ideas that Boom had coming in with that lineup, it was just perfect.
Yeah, it was absolutely perfect. Trix, I was actually asking you this behind the scenes, right? On paper, when you look at the compositions that they have over here, it seemed like Boom Esports would have more of the advantage as the defenders, but as you said, they had to go more aggressively on the defender side. Did I say attacker? I meant that they had a more attacker-sided composition, so that on the defender, you said that they had to be a little bit more aggressive. They can't just hold side completely. They gotta put a little bit more pressure on the side of Cerberus Esports, and they absolutely delivered. It's an amazing play by Boom Esports over here. And again, Raph, we usually see Berserks on the Raze, but any thoughts on his Neon?
No, not for you. No, I'm kidding. Okay.
For me, then.
Yeah,
okay, you know what? I'm passing the question to Trix.
I think the Neon pick was phenomenal. I just love seeing Neon go in, but I did notice that Berserk didn't seem as comfortable on the Neon, and I'm not sure if you picked up on this as well, Raf. Like, he ended up entering his own concussed and got killed by the Raze that was also concussed.
Oh yeah, I mean, you know, that's the maneuver we like to call the Asterite. Asterite can also attest to this. He is so unlucky with those relay bolts, it's crazy. But yeah, comfort is definitely something that's developed over hundreds, if not thousands of scrims, and I still feel like despite it being successful, it's still one of those things where repetition is needed. You mentioned that he did get stunned on his own accord, apparently. But moving forward, they did try the similar comp on Haven, which they've rightfully banned out. The success was not as measured as this one.
I do have a question, Rap, since you already casted that game. Would you say that CES should have made more adjustments on their defensive layout, or was it just a series of Boom Esports just reading through their defensive layouts over and over again?
I feel like it's a mixture of both. Again, it does kind of go back to it being a shock factor, right? Because we haven't really seen teams run that Neon to the success that Boom did. In our previous qualifier, we saw, actually in the same map, with the same configuration, we saw Nous do that, but yeah, man, I feel like the story was just that much more frustrating watching them in comparison to Boom. Again, we keep talking about that. Now we have to move forward with this. Do you see anything out of the ordinary though, Trix?
I do not see anything out of the ordinary. I think the only difference right here is that one is running the initiator on the KO, while the other is running the initiator on the Sky. I both have great utility that they can give to the teams. Both have a different kind of aggression. Sky has that pop flash that he can turn around the corner and dictate where it goes, while KO has that suppress, which is really important if they want to make sure like the Viper can't get her utilities up, or the Sova drone is delayed instead, or just completely knocked out. So it really depends here, because Boom has been performing in this lineup in terms of flushing them out, and I'm hoping Cerberus has learned from their previous mistakes on Breeze.
That's what I was actually gonna point out, Trix. This is the same exact lineup, the same exact composition that both of these teams threw out previously in their matchup at the first day of the APAC. So Raph, with that said, do you think that the outcome of this one is gonna be the same?
I'm not entirely sure. The last time we saw Boom play this, I think they got, was it Tebedal on that Cypher? No, my memory could be fuzzy, but they did not have a chamber being employed. It was Tebedal, thank you. But, so the thing is, that is a hot start from Boom. Cerberus, I feel like they studied that Myth versus Boom map, and they've studied meticulously. Maybe they saw the same holes that we did outside looking in. Of course, despite the time that was given to them, I think it's only, what, like a day difference? There are some things that Boom wanted to iron out, but again, as Trix would know, and as I think would agree with that, it does kind of come down to that muscle memory. When you're not thinking, you're reduced to the level of muscle memory and trading.
Absolutely. Trix, I don't know what to say about this map. A lot can really go on, but with Split, it was very fast. Again, speed and velocity on the side of Boom Esports over here. Do you think we're in for a slower game, or are we in for another fast one?
I think it might be a slow game, because I think both teams are feeling each other out on what they've both learned and ironed out, as Raph pointed out. But at the end of the day, I'm glad to see Boom Esports play with a chamber instead of the Cypher. I feel like the Cypher was just a bit lacking.
Hopefully that's not the case this time around. Now, we're gonna find out what the conclusion to this series possibly could be, unless we go to game number 3. Will happen in just a bit. So with that, I'm going to be passing you guys back to our casters. One of them is named Draft, and the rest, you guys are also amazing. See you guys!
Mimi. How did Laika know? My middle name is amazing. Thank you, Laika, for that. All right, we're back. Okay. All right. Are we ready to go to game? I mean, production was like, let's just go to game. But if they can't go to game yet, they're going to have to, just survive a little bit longer. But yeah, we're back here for the second second game of the first series. This is elimination for either Boom or Cerberus. Now I know that we might be, poking at the bear just a little bit here, but or rather poking at the dogs a little bit here. But Cerberus really do need to step up. They got 3 heads. 3 heads are better than 1. There's got to be something in the formula that they've been doing that can at least net them this breeze to get us into Game 3 here, Raph.
And we are definitely dressed for the occasion. I got my tropical shirt on. You have your hat, and of course that signature Aserai drip. But yeah, this is definitely where they have to step up. I mean, we're here to we're dressed to enjoy the beach, not for a funeral, not for a burial. But Cerberus, they have to really dig deep. Again, I think this is something that I also forgot to highlight, that Cerberus, yes, they have the formula that potentially Myth may have given them inadvertently, right, with that matchup yesterday. But would this add to that mental stack, potentially going for a bit of an overflow, right? It's like, oh my gosh, right, this is what Myth did, this is what they did. And you kind of have to focus on your own game too. Again, so many intangibles. But Suka is already continuing his trend, his success. He even finds flips. What is going on? He is a different man. Berserks, he goes for the trade, but Akashi finds Berserks eventually. And now the plan is going to go down. Cerberus, far more impressive.
They know that the trap has been destroyed in the back. So Akashi just keeping tabs on that. Suka not missing an opportunity here to say that I'm still one of the best.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Where are we going with this? Dude, I've always talked about it. When it comes to Breeze, I feel like it's our natural longing to be at the beach, because you just kind of look at it, you stare at it, you see Suka absolutely demolishing everybody. It's like, wow, man, I love the beach. It's amazing. Gives us the vibes. So far, the pistol, this could potentially be where where Cerberus resurge. They already have that one up. They have the upgraded weapon. Suka deciding to stay with that headhunter for good reason. Potentially building up for that quick operator, and may even allow them to snowball into this map.
Here.
Blade used on mid to get that bit of information. Daikute. Huh. Doesn't damage Flipsitter. Interesting, but we're talking about all of that momentum shift and boost and whatnot, and Daikute is alone by himself on mid with nothing but his Marshal to be equipped. Cloud bursting just to get through. Flipsitter can always just get the flank, but yes, the dash was primed. Daikute just gets out of the way with just a little bit of damage. And now, he peeks onto Spawn. He's really not hitting the shots, but he's created the threat already, and Cerberus just plans to fight.
Yeah, that's something that at least they can put their hats on, but Kishi suddenly is looking like a lawnmower, and the blades of grass, they get removed. Blaze King and Frostmind, a tall order ahead of them. Well, Blaze King has a tall order ahead of him. Loki, he finds him though. It is not meant to be for both players. What indeed? I don't think Blaze King spotted him out. Maybe Blaze King is playing with left-handed models. Blocked him out, right? I don't know.
It
Who
looked
knows?
like he was trying to prep for a drone, wasn't he?
No, I don't think so.
The body language, or like the motion of the hands, of the arms. I don't know.
Shuck that.
You know, that's my favorite quote. Is not shock. Yeah. There are other ways. You know, there are other ways to be useful. Shock dart. No.
Yeah,
you may not be a good shot today, but there are other ways to be useful.
Other ways to be useful.
There we go.
Yes.
Ooh,
I'm still
the
sad
spam.
over that nerf. Spam indeed. They do tag him. Okay. No, he's dead, Raph. He didn't get tagged up. He died.
Yeah. You know what Luncha Beat we like? It's one brand. It's called spam. Speaking at that. All right, Akashi.
Flawless.
Kind of wanted to go meet your maker there. Flawless for Boom, but it's the bonus for Cerberus. They were just feeling out what the defense was, but this did not work out in the end.
Indeed, we did not. Now we have a true gun round at hand. So this is where we see a peek at the strat book that Cerberus may want to enforce, may want to put on the field. But so far, Boom Esports, they seem pretty comfortable letting them get into that pocket of just in front of Cave. And like we said, right, this could potentially be the crux to Boom Esports' problem. Cerberus, they thrive in space. Boom Esports, they love giving space. How is that going to work out? That's a dynamic that we have yet to see, and how well Boom can resist the ever so burning gaze of Cerberus Esports. Suka still staring into the soul of whoever this mid player is Blaze King. He does set out that drone, but Flipshitter finds Daikyu trying to crawl up on the opposite side of the cave. Now Flips, or rather Blaze King, tries to go for a little bit of gunplay here. But what is going on? Fully blind is Kishi, fully disoriented, was shooting at nothing as Berserks dashes out completely, avoiding harm. And now Akashi is here. Once again, a spot where a teammate has died. Still looking to find a little bit of value. That recon dart is going to be put to the test. Berserks. I think Akashi actually saw the back, but Loki is too quick on his feet. Communication was definitely there as Flipshitter is going to get that 0 point out. A 3v4, despite losing a key point in Berserks, they still have an advantage to really run to.
They know all of three of them are there, because the Blade spotted two, and the drone was also sighted by Flipshitter.
30 seconds left.
Tabatal. He's just waiting for someone to rotate back, and Cerberus, I feel like they already know that the pressure is there. That is a very out in the open trademark. That being said, though, save or now.
Spike down.
It seems like they can't do neither.
10 seconds left.
As yeah, Spike's been dropped. Loki is trying to get some control somewhere. If he drops right here, everybody will know where he is. And it's just the save tactics for the rest of Cerberus. Suka's been spotted. It seems like Boom will not push further. What I kind of do also liked about the play there real quick by Boom Raf was not the flash play with Berserks peeking out, but the snake bite throw and then Flipshitter peeking out. You know that they're just very comfortable just, you know, following up on utils that their other teammates have thrown.
It's like they're really good at the game. A timeout on the side of Cerberus as they really want to patch this up before it gets a little too crazy to handle. We know that Boom have shown their stripes and their ability to run up the lead on you. But Cerberus, they look far more even now. They want to keep it that way. They want to make this as much of a competition. And yeah, that out in the open trademark, it was enough to zone Tabatal out. But ultimately, Akashi did fall. Akashi leading the pack with 3 kills alongside with Loki. Still very, very early on. But it is a bit of a mirror matchup here. The only difference we really see is that we have a KO in place instead of a Sky in the side of Cerberus. What is that telling us? Well, Boom, they just kind of want to reduce, or at least if Cerberus, they want to be a little more forceful and a little more hard-headed. They'll have to walk into the site without the assistance of the utilities. Again, the suppress is something that we cannot understate, we cannot underplay. Kishi might have to be the more proactive one in this initiator head-to-head.
That's easily said than done, right? Because if you can't see what Cerberus has done, and again, they have gotten some form of mid-control before the buy-around of Boom. They're kind of doing the same thing again for Daikyu, but this is rather a suicide mission for him. The timing has to be perfect that, again, Suka and his team just pushes up onto elbow, which gives Daikyu a little bit more of leeway. They back away, not really knowing what lies beneath, and I like this. They're going to reapproach mid with a lot more people. That being said, though, time is not easily bought here by Cerberus, but you were talking about it. Kishi might need to be a little bit more far forward, and the Seekers just give access to that. The thing is, they've kind of been just corralled by the snake bite, and Berserk still threatened with the operator. Still can maybe hold a shot. Has a dash, might need to use it, but he's giving away his teammate. Tabatal's pushed up, and Cerberus again will have to just try to readjust, and somehow Suka finds access to the B site. McDonald's not cleared. Site not cleared. He's unknown of what is waiting there. And Berserk. Okay, that was close.
Don't play with
Tabatal.
Down B.
All right.
Tabatal. Again, bottled up, but still walking with full confidence as Suka and Loki will make something happen. 13 seconds. A very unlucky number. Don't even get the spike down, Asterai. Loki is trying to get something going, but it's Flipshitter to be the doorstop for that opportunity. And again, we had a bit of a mini heart attack there. You can see that Boom Esports, they're still brimming with confidence despite losing those initial rounds, right? They still have no fear whatsoever. Berserk could have very well dashed out of that one. But he's like, you know what? I got him anyway. If they want to repeat, it's at their own peril.
That was a nasty snake bite, by the way. I thought that there was enough of a gap for Cerberus to push in without actually getting tagged by the vulnerable debuff of the snake bite. But as you saw, Kishi and Daikyu peeking out, they were they had that shattered animation look.
The status effect,
yeah, status effect, right? So that means that even with just a body shot with the operator that would have annihilated them. Even that, there were a lot of defenders already close by. So this could have been a really detrimental position for Cerberus. Not also putting the fact that the shots were looking quite dangerous from Boom. Anyways, Daikyu just barely gets out of the open, but Flipshitter starting to get some contact here. He knows that they love to get some sort of control on mid. And it's almost always just Daikyu. I don't know if they know that there's more or there's none anymore, but Flipshitter to make sure. Cerberus very much exposed, and now it's all down to Loki. Is that an operator in his hand? No, just the Marshal. But Glenn the first. I think Loki was one of the first people that we've seen really highlight the Marshal in this tournament. But with too many attackers and runners coming into this, would have really required a miracle to hit all of those shots, and unfortunately it will not.
It will not. Now, here's an interesting stat, folks. I think in the previous series, too, if Berserk's got the opening kill, very, very likely do Boom Esports take that round. And we saw a very similar take on that in that previous round. But then again, it was an eco, right? So there's still quite a few questions, or at least we need to gather a little more evidence, especially in a fresh unfolding that's happening right now. Now we have a gun round, and we hear a tour de force coming out, and it's Suka putting this to good use. But he has to find a little bit of value here as Boom Esports, they found an avenue of safety on mid. And look at this, they have most of the map here. So Cerberus have to commit to either one or two options. They hit this site hard, or they rotate out of it. But Berserks plays the anti-flash. He sees the shoulder of Akashi. Akashi sees it's Berserks, and he smartly backs away. The drone is here. Does it tag up anyone? No. Everybody on both sides. They're very, very healthy. Akashi now forced to use that drone elsewhere. But it's Daikyu to open it up, finding Flipshitter. Frostmine does get that trade. But still, the heavy-handed attack on Cerberus, it is going to be towards B. As this Bravo site might be the place. Spike indeed. But what's happening? They're getting torn apart by Boom Esports. It is in Zombs, but it's been recovered. Now Suka has to go for the enemy of the gate suppression! And what a shot on Berserks!
That quick scope was just nasty from Suka. No matter what position Cerberus are in, whether it's good or bad, this man loses no confidence. He's the guy that wears Ray-Bans when it's nighttime. That's how confident he is.
I don't know, man. I feel like that's a very interesting barometer for confidence. Oh, yeah? I'm the type of dude to wear Ray-Bans at night. You know what I'm saying?
In nighttime, exactly.
At night. He's wearing Ray-Bans at night.
Right here.
As Cerberus, they look to find a bit of sunshine on a new day. 3-4. They keep it close. They keep it very kosher. As Berserk's still looking down with an operator, but this time he is a little more forward to B, but the hit, it's on the opposite side, the Alpha side. Now seeing quite a bit of resistance as Tebedal and Flips, they get those initial kills. The plant, it was supposedly gonna go down, but Suka finds Tebedal overextending just a tiny bit. 2v2 now. The spike, it does finally get planted, temporarily giving
Berserks.
Boom Esports a window, but Berserks, like you said, on that massive flank.
He's bypassed the trademark because of the Cloud Burst. This is absolutely perfect. They're not even looking for it, and Berserks just needs to line it up. Oh. It do happen like that, but you know what? They've given the clutch reins to Suka, the person you want to have the best clutch in the game. He's gonna hit those shots maybe, but Berserks. Not gonna allow him a second chance for another clutch, unfortunately. And Boom take it. It's a bit greedy. They take it regardless.
You could feel the anxiety of trying to shoot someone in the back, right? Like, we've talked about that so many times before, and I feel like this discussion has been going around since the dawn of time. You try to shoot someone that's not at the front, it is so difficult. But like you said, that cloudburst play just to avoid, like you said, Berserk's like, please, please swing towards me. For the love of all things holy, please. Again, going back to the game, the cloudburst definitely a highlight. And a cerebral play, maybe standard, but the situational awareness is still very much present.
Get out of my way!
Now we have yet another round to be played out. Cerberus, they put their mid towards mid, and a first shot only tagging up, but look at this! Oh my goodness, Daikute, he gets one, tries to get another, and he finds Blaze King, despite Akashi falling. The fortunes, it seems that they are in the way of Cerberus, as Flipjitter is surrounded on all sides, and it looks like Suka will actually finish him off. And they're just exchanging rounds, round after round, like two heavyweights, exchanging haymakers.
Not sure if you spotted that, but Loki, as he peeked out on B window, yeah, you can see there on top right the kill that he had. He actually missed the first shot, but somehow still manages to win the fight against Frostmind and continue the domino effect of kills that Cerberus were just able to take because of the speed at which they've been able to just snag it from underneath Boom. Still, of course, Boom, they do got the money. They do have the double ops. And Frostmind not missing the chance to immediately get some eyes on double door. Oh, Flipjitter. Didn't check this, but is he fast enough? Better than fast. He's furious. Kashi does get the trade in the end, though. That was a good pop flash, but he just immediately popped the shot. Frostmind not hitting it. And Daikute, he's alive. He's coming back into it. He is, well, Daikute. Yeah.
You mentioned fast. You mentioned furious. You forgot another word that really solidifies this, and it's not whiff. It's the trades from family. There's nothing stronger than family, apparently, except maybe a 7-6-2 to the face as Daikute finally gets eliminated from this round. The rampage is over. But the Hunter's Fury on the side of Berserks, he tries to dodge it, but look at this. He manages to outmaneuver two. The third one being reserved. Actually not even put into play. Now Blaze King, he crawls on the opposite side of Double Pyramid. Berserks, he still has his scope up. The wall is going to go down. Akashi finds a duel, but he only finds his grave. He is now 6 feet under. Loki tries to go for the trade, but Suka goes for the... What a flick onto Berserks! As he has been impressing all map long. Loki still trying to push this Blaze King out of his cover, and he has to fight two fronts. Suka is planting, giving Blaze King a little bit of time to isolate the fight. Where is Tebedal? Tebedal has managed to find himself on the side of double door, but now he's closer to fence. Suka still has not let go of this position, Astray. I'm not sure if this is the greatest idea, but Suka, he will reassure me that, you know what, this has been well thought of. As Tebedal even falls to him, and he gets a massive 3K to tie it up.
Man, Suka is just something special. I was already dreading the fact that maybe it's not going to be as clean for Cerberus here, but his clutch is so good. He has worn his pants to this. He has worn the clutch jeans today, Raph. And every single time, 3K after 3K, he's giving those breaths of life for Cerberus.
The coaching, or rather the, not coaching, sorry, the clutch jeans. I wonder what size those are. Because it's found a home. And a lot of our players, that guiding light's not going to find anyone. And Tebedal still holding on to his pit. They will relegate it, so A may not be as tempting. But now Cerberus, they might run into Berserks, who has a judge. Oh wow, Daikute. It's absolutely annihilated. They get a free rifle too. And I like that Berserks isn't double dipping. He just goes back, he gets the free kill. And as we mentioned, if Berserks gets that opening frag, it's not looking too good for Cerberus. But Akashi says otherwise, like, you know what, I am tired of that movie, I am tired of that story, I will rewrite history as Blaze King, who's been so successful with these Hunter's Furies. It is so uncharacteristic that he finds no value. Suka finds Flipjitter, and now we have a 2v3. Akashi very, very low. Tebedal with a full belt of utility needs not to use any as he finds an opening frag on this retake. Blaze King reinforces his teammates, but does he have his 6? Oh, and they line up. He has no idea.
Suka is such a mastermind, dude. Like, he's got the clutch genes. He's got the 5-head big brains. What does this man not have? I don't know anymore.
He has the clutch genes. Hopefully not denim on denim.
He's that guy. I feel
He's
like
that
he's
guy. Trust me,
but
he's
look at
that
this.
guy.
Oh, the timing. My goodness. Gotta say, though, those scenarios for Suka would not be possible for them if not for Daikyu's ferocity and ferociousness with how they just peak, right? Speaking of peakage, this time it is going to be Boom Esports immediately forcing the hand of Frostmine, just not knowing where to look. Unfortunately, gets spotted down by Kishi. The flash right back out. The broken wall, giving him a little bit of solace. It's open, but Tebatal misses the beat. 2 versus 3. Kishi and Akashi are very low, and Flips is hitting some nasty shots.
Player standing.
Flips, 1 versus 1. Low-key, now spotted. He's out on B main. Goes way up top and hits the ace. What a reposition. Loki wasn't even aware of it. And he has HP time. Even, well, I don't know. Anything to spare. My God. It's everything.
Switching
Yet
sides.
another ace on the board. A sight to behold. A treat for our very well endeared audience. This flip shooter, he has no qualms of being the hero for his team. The momentum it's definitely had, or rather it's taken a different tone here. So far, the outstanding performers have been Suka and Flips. Suka, he flips the script completely. Had a bit of a rough start on Split, but as Trick said, maybe they were just getting a little too suffocated. The nature of Split just not allowing Cerberus to fully bloom. As we go into the tropical, much more relaxing view on Breeze.
Enjoy it while it lasts. Actually, you know what? Maybe after APAC would be a nice little breather. I'm not going to like Breeze, you know, a Breeze-esque position. No, place, not position.
That's called the beach. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Again, guys, it's called the beach. I'm sure there's plenty of it around. Probably not the most available thing when it comes to geography and location, but it's called the beach, guys. Again, for all the players out there who want to relax, maybe touch some grass, maybe touch some sand, it's called the beach, guys. Just
touch
thank
some
me later.
Water. Yeah. Yeah. You know, there is a fact about water, Raf. That water is
What is
wet.
it? I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I just don't know. I've expended quite a bit of brain cells on the panel, and now I'm getting squeezed.
Yeah, you need that palate cleanser. I'm that. Okay, that's what we have here. So that when you get back into the panel, you know, when you got all that big brain, nice little synergy that you have with Laika and Trick.
I hear a little bit of jealousy. What's going on, man? You know, it's you and me. That's been the stable partners. You know, me going onto panel every now and then. It's not gonna change anything. Trust me.
All right, trust. That's a 5-letter word that has both T's and front.
I would have never surmised that trust had 2 T's. I always spelled it with an F. Anyway, guys, back to the game as an innocuous round potentially comes to a close. 6-6 is the scoreline. As a pistol, or at least the pistols, have found no resistance whatsoever here. They walk onto a pretty much free site as the retake. Oh, Daikyut gives Tebedal a bit of a love tap here.
That's his teammate.
I think that's his teammate. Suka, he fights Tebedal. He's like, oh, you were shot in the ankle. Let me shoot you in the face. Oh, and Kishi even gets the same treatment there. Okay, everybody is falling. The moment I talk about the player, they die. I am absolutely sorry, but Frostmind is out of his mind. Finding one more. Akashi left alone. This plant, there's no way they're stopping this. Is Cerberus. Maybe they overplayed their hand here a little, as that fragment is gonna find him. And Akashi, even though finding Blaze King, will meet his demise.
Kind of awkward standing there from Cerberus. There was a lot of chances for them to really pop off there, especially with Suka getting that initial shot. The problem therein lies that he was so low that I think nobody was just able to follow up on him, and he was not lucky enough to get the second pick, if at all. A force buy, maybe? Nah, it's still pretty close that Boom, or rather Cerberus, don't really have to search for it. Fake dart, or is that a nest dart? I can't see where it's dropping on the mini. Oh, it's not. It's actually back B. Sneaky stuff. All right, Suka though still hits the shot and gets back into cover. Makes it somewhat deplorable for Boom here to start pushing right in. And look at where the rest of Cerberus are coming from. It's all about that elbow, the people's elbow. But they have been spotted by the trademark. No plant just yet.
The most electrifying move in sports history. Still not occupied by anybody on the side of Boom, as they've been huddled up, maybe even caged a little bit on this back side, as all eyes are on them and all snake bites being thrown into this mix. Berserks, though, he could find divine timing here. As the flash does come through, he gets a little bit confused here. Asuka is happily to oblige to set him straight and tell him this is reality. But Boom, they now have a free way onto A. 40 seconds, so they have a lot of time too. They can play with this potential mix-up. They could go mid. They could give whatever information they want to Cerberus. And Cerberus, they're completely playing into it. It's Flipshitter, though. He's still committing towards his A position. I think his spider senses are tinkling, but those radars, they must have malfunctioned as Kishi does shut him down. Now it's up to Frostmind against Akashi. He does jump down. The flash is here. He still sprays him down, and that's a 4K. Limited time, limited seconds. Akashi might just have to wait for him to plant. And Frostmind, he has no qualms of just letting this spike down. He has the safety. Here's the door. He has the long-range capability with a headhunter. But Akashi, he will not be deterred. Both teleports are on the vulnerable side. Akashi sees him. Even Frostmind sees him. And yet another ace to respond. An 8-6. And it seems that we're a little befuddled of what happened there. A lot of action, a lot of movement on the side of Boom, not letting Cerberus get that bear hug.
Individual player skills, mind you. That was so cheeky from Suka. He was really ramping up. Lovely, lovely stuff with this one. Frostmind was just fully blinded and still hits the shot. And this one was kind of crazy. That wide swing, and then Akashi just could not react in time.
Let's play.
It's still incredibly bad for Boom because they are going to come into this with very weak whichevers. But Frostmind do have himself that nice little parting gift, which is the activation of the Tour de Force this early on, too. Kishi, pop flash. Hits nothing. If he pushes that forward, Frostmind was so ready to swing.
You know how sometimes you stumble on a walk and you just kind of trace your steps back? That's exactly what happened. And for his own safety, too. Kishi, he has now nestled towards half wall. Frostmind, like you mentioned, was so ready to swing out of that one. But the timing was actually on the side of Cerberus now. This broken by, or at least this bonus, sorry, might find a little bit of success as they have to, at least Frostmind has to put his team on his back here when it comes to firepower. Suka,
timing!
He gets annihilated, and that's the first pick. Blaze King gets taken down, but oh my goodness, the Sheriff range chips Daikyu down to just a slither of health. They will be discovered, but this is information that Cerberus already know. I'm not entirely sure what happened there, but this bonus is looking way too good for Boom. I wasn't sure if Frostmind was gonna hit that, but either way, Cerberus, now they've been corralled onto stairs here, Asarai. It's not looking too sharp for them.
It's all down to Daikyu here. He does have a dash active, but Yeah, there's a drive-by.
Oh.
Berserk knew absolutely where he was. Better use the speed at which he needs to fight. And good guy Berserk's just throwing weapons on the way of his teammates.
That's right. He pull up, hop out at the after party. Well, that's Spectre.
That timing, man. What could be
Yeah,
worse?
it's really one of those things where you have to take into account when it's the lurk versus lurk matchup. And that's one of the most interesting things about Valorant. If you look at it at a macro standpoint, yes, we have a lot of strategy for that. But when we hit the mid round, that's when the head-to-heads for individual players start shining just a little bit. Berserk, he's wary of this forward push, but with his teammate being that far back on Cave, it's gonna give him a little bit of assurance. Daikyu pops off a little bit of shots and actually tags, even grazes Tebedal. But he's the one that's been far more damaged in that exchange. Berserk goes for the fast play here, but barely clears the height. Akashi's still here. Tebedal still out in the open, but hits Daikyu anyway, who tried to double dip. And some people might find that rude. Tebedal, maybe he's one of those people, Asuka. He's like, oh, are you sure you're not going to take those chips? And Tebedal, though, I don't think he's even in fighting condition anymore, Asarai. Oh my gosh! What is this timing?
Yes. I don't know, man. Who's faster on the GMT scale? Earlier, I mean. Indonesia or Vietnam? Well, that's a nice little flank, though, from Akashi and teammate, but they're going to have to go all around the world here. Loki does have the aim distance advantage, but very much afraid of what could be lurking if he's not careful. This is still a 3 versus 4. No real need for Frostbite to really challenge it, and Loki's just... he's being tempted. Swings right one out. Flipper spots out Akashi. Good tag from Loki. No finalizing blow just yet. He knows that Frostbite is way out into the open, and this is a dance between these two, but time has been bought. And Loki, no chance anymore to get out of this one. As boom, 10-6 after this round.
I love that Daft Punk song. And for around the world. I think it's older than most of our audience now, honestly. It's a pretty dated song. We're all relatively young here, as a lot of those beautiful shots were landing left and right, but this is the perfect time for Cerberus to really get their momentum and their bearings straight, clear their minds just a little bit, and maybe have a little bit of a review. What's been happening? How has Tebedal gotten away with the way he's been positioning himself? Frostmine has been unstoppable. Suka is popping off. They have to capitalize on that, as it's actually Daikyu that's not having the greatest of games, Astra. Sure, he's still being the entry and whatnot, but the volume that we're so used to coming from him hasn't been all that present.
I think they're just able to outmaneuver Daikyu for the most part. He's been so calculated the first day that we saw him, but this time, just wait a fraction of a second and you'll probably see Daikyu out of position and you can wait and win the fight, if ever. That being said, he is up against Berserk, who is a very nasty counterpart to just go up against. And
true, more
times than not, yeah, in the first half, Daikyu has just been, as you were mentioning, just the entry fragger that gets no frags. Success, though, is in his favor. Oh,
Spike down mid.
That's pretty big.
Well, maybe we were wrong. As Cerberus, my goodness, the number of things that just went through is quite a bit. Daikyu is still managing to fend off whoever is trying to enter the side, but not Blaze King. Definitely not Blaze King. Once again, we talked about how he can manage space so well, even if it's him providing or him taking. 1v2, he sees the head, but can't click in time as Loki annihilates him, and Cerberus, they cut this lead down just a tiny bit. Ah, well, Let's just go back to that point, right? We talked about him finding the value as an entry fragger, and I think it was Fluffy who said that sometimes entry fraggers are just over-glorified recon darts, which is true. A lot of people will be looking at you. You will die first. You will die very quickly.
Yeah.
And that's not to say that you're still not providing value. No, you're providing hella value. It's an incredibly unselfish role. The frags are a bonus. But Boom Esports, they've been doing such a great job of clamping down such explosive potential on Daikyu.
You can't see it. I guess the single hero tendency of Daikyu isn't really complemented anymore by the changes, I guess, to the jet dash. Even though it's just that one change, it's a pretty big enough change that I think aggressive jets like Daikyu, sometimes if they get out of position, you know, it's not going to be an easy exit card to reposition and then reapproach the angle once again. If you're out of position, you're more likely to get shot down if you're not careful. Ooh, I thought that he was actually on the other side of that peak, but not gonna happen this time. 40 seconds. That spots out Frostmind. Somehow, some way, Cerberus is starting to beat things up. Able to hit these shots, but Boom Esports, of course, gets these trades quite instantly. Where did Daikyu come from? And now Berserks, he's been spotted. He's been known. He's one of the more explosive, if not the most explosive player that we do have from Boom. Against Daikyu and Suka, the eventual strong players of Cerberus, he's going to falter.
Not sure what happened there, but Cerberus, at least they're validated with their efforts here, taking yet another round and cutting this lead to only 2 rounds. I believe this is a reset point on this. No, actually it isn't. The bank on the side of Boom Esports still very much brimming with money. And credits to spare. I think that was a funny little exchange there. Frostmind was a little overzealous in taking that Seeker out. It's like, I'm gonna walk forward. Oh no. And then that was the end of him on that round. But now, this is Boom Esports' breaking point. This is a definite high priority round for Cerberus. And they seem to have a good read on the situation. They put that Viper Spit down immediately, relegating a lot of their forces towards A now. The first contact they might find might be Flips, but Flips, he's still walking towards and gaining all that space on halls. But Berserks, a master chef, cutting down Suka. Flips has a flank, finally gets that kill. Not as quickly and cleanly as he would have wanted, but that's pulled the attention of Akashi away, making him look into this flash, staring into a bit of a Gorgon situation. Oh dear.
One enemy remaining.
He's gonna come back into Tebatal. Ooh. Sometimes Valorant is a horror game. Ooh. Daikyu just gonna have to find Flips first because he knows he doesn't want that 2-pronged angle from Boom here. Did he see the ankle at least? Somehow, I don't think so. Wow, he just repositions back. Finally, they find out where Daikyu is, but he's gonna have to go tooth and nail for this. But it seems he's the one who's gonna be nailed down on the floor. Tebatal shuts it down. Boom, finally a point on the board after 2 from Cerberus. They can always adjust, and they still have money to buy.
Oh, and the decorum on Boom. Suddenly, much more confident this time around, and maybe the read has come in. Maybe that signature Boom download has finally presented himself. And like you mentioned, despite only seeing that ankle, he did finally find that kill. But 11-8 Aserai. We have an operator on Suka now. And this is definitely going to give them an avenue of pressure despite these long sight lines. Blaze King has the right idea! Oh! Daikyu chops it. Where's the support? Why did they leave their Sova? Oh dear. And he's back to back. He could potentially find more, but no, Frostmind gets the trade. Daikyu undoes all of that progress he made on that push. And Cerberus, a little confused. They still hold their positions here. Have no reason whatsoever to commit to anywhere. Flips Jadur doesn't have any, as I've said before, information if he can really take the site. But if we see, and if we look at Akashi, is actually here primed and ready to cut off the rotation and potentially stop an A push before it even happens. But they're already very aware of this. Tebatal is looking at that angle, and he's familiar with the timing. It's something that he's done in the past many, many times. And they might just... Oh my goodness. The timing again does not pan out for Cerberus Aserai. Tebatal on the boys. They march on, but that leaves the cave position quite open.
Are you going to check this in time? Well, they are starting to lose players, so Kakashi, his time to flank is not really that big! Oh! Suka and Loki to remain. You might need to save these weapons. It's a risk. Give away the round, go to match point, or try to clutch and risk losing these guns. So this is where we're gonna be at. Fragment thrown. Suka does pick up a Vandal here. But this is just not looking too well for them. And boom. One step away from eliminating Cerberus in VCT APAC. They came from Sea Challengers, man. They have the experience, but somehow it still is unabated by them. They can't really find the nicks, especially against a team like Boom. There is still at least that one more round of cushion. Just 12-8.
Well, mentioning Knicks. Well, the New York Knicks suck. They won't be good for a few couple years. They never have been. But again, this is the burial ground. Cerberus, they need to dig deep. They have to find some sort of fighting spirit here, because this could potentially be the period in their story. But Daiki finds Flip Jitter. And now they have a 1-up onto Boom. They remove...
They're in B.
They're in B. Oh, Aserai. They put all their attention here, but at the very least, they get a rifle. 40 seconds is the amount of time that they have to work with. Look at this. We already see Tebatal. He just might be the clamp that secure this for Boom Esports. They find Akashi, and I think Akashi had the Vandal. No, it's Daikute. He retaliates. Tebatal falls. Oh dear me, and Loki! He had the shotgun, but Berserks is just a little too wild. 2v2 now. Cerberus, one more life is all they need. One more round to keep the dreams going. The play-ins, they look that much more bloody. As the Guardians of the Underworld, it seems that they're the ones being called to, and Daikute, he needs to ace this! Blaze King, he's left on his lonesome. He's spraying it down. Daikute has to reapply, and he gets denied! Cerberus, say goodbye, Aserai.
Again, the Cloudburst only allows you to have the spike before it dissipates. And that was okay for Blaze. If the spike was half, he still has the angle. And Daikute had to win the aim duel against somebody who can get back into cover. It was not an ideal situation for him, but there was so much tension, pressure, confusion, however you want to call it, that was happening on the defender's spawn. So many from both factions were just trading blows, and Loki, unfortunately, Loki just could not step up to the plate. That being said, that means that Boom Esports are still here, and unfortunately, Cerberus are already out. And that also means that they've qualified from Group A. So, you know, wait, not why slow clap. There you go. All right.
You hate to see it happen, though, right? I mean, Cerberus, they're looking so strong, at least in their initial volley of attacks and their initial volley of rounds. And to take that early set against Boom in their previous encounter, we were talking about evolution. But to be stopped by the same team, that must be a different type of sting to deal with.
Definitely true. And to break down the sting even further, it's going to be the panel when we do come back from the break. So guys, again, congratulations to Boom, and kudos to Cerberus for a valiant effort. But that's about that for them. We're going to come back from the break, so guys, don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. I'll tell you guys now so that this is my chance to flame on Raph because he's not here anymore. I got so mad at Raph that I didn't want him back on the panel, so now I'm more than happy to welcome Dax onto the panel. With him though, it's the likable and Tricks. Dax, how you like that series?
First things first, I can't believe you have the powers to kick people off the panel. This is why you're the host, the big boss. And speaking of bosses, it seems like Boom Esports relatively the boss of that whole series, winning it out 2-0. It was a bit of a breeze on splits, but not so much on the map aptly named after that. And you can see it there. There were those struggles there for Boom to close it out after Cerberus woke on up, especially for Daikut and for Suka. But beyond that, eventually Boom Esports could weather that storm, and in moments that mistakes were made by Cerberus, Boom was able to capitalize on those facts.
Absolutely. That's what we've come to know. You know, Tricks, it's just Boom Esports doing Boom Esports things.
It really is. Honestly, I thought Cerberus could take it back, and then it seemed they clicked on their attacker side against Boom's defender, where they realized we can't be going on individual picks against Boom Esports because they just have those crossfires. They have that discipline that they seemed to lack yesterday. So clearly it seemed that Boom had learned from their previous loss. But Cerberus, on the other hand, not quite finding the key to Boom's defense early on.
Absolutely. And Tricks, to put it bluntly, Split was not a good map for Cerberus Esports. But Breeze, they started off really well. Would you say that starting off as attackers gave them that extra edge?
I think that Cerberus does well on the attacker side. I feel their attacker is strong. It's the way that they play. And I believe in teams needing to play to their strength, especially early on, to get that advantage. That being said, without reading the defense of Boom earlier, without understanding the way they were taking information, I saw a lot of times on their attacker side, Daikut was out on his own. There's not enough free frags. Even on the defender side, we could see it sometimes. It just felt that Cerberus was almost on the right page, but the execution of it could have been cleaner.
I mean, that's the thing about Cerberus. They have that potency, especially with Daikut. When you look at him in that second half, very, very stellar at hitting those shots, and they love to find those duels and try to turn their macro into that micro. But Boom Esports, it's really that veteran experience, a bit of that leadership, and all in all, more of that game knowledge that helps them out there in the end to keep things alive. And not only that, I think I remember seeing for Boom, they can clean up those rounds with some 5Ks here, and there's some aces there, especially what we saw from Frostmind and Flipshooter, right? So it really goes to show that for Boom Esports, that they could handle the pressure Cerberus was throwing at them. It was potent there from Cerberus, but not lethal enough to slay the Wolves of Boom.
I feel like at the blink of an eye, especially as we go into the game highlights, we can see that everything was just happening so fast, Tricks. We were already at round 6. And again, I just feel like that was a case of Boom Esports doing Boom Esports things really fast.
It really was. The cleanup crews, the fact that they had the angles in terms of being able to support their teammates and also bait the teammates that would, end up falling to Cerberus' side. But just the sheer confidence Boom was showing, I know we were a bit concerned that maybe they might not be feeling too hot, especially coming after their games yesterday, but clearly they came with a vengeance.
Yeah, and you look at some of the stats right now, I think one of the most impressive things about Boom Esports is the value of their lives. I kind of have to go back to Split a little bit just to make this point clear, but I remember correctly, Tepetol, Flipsider, and Frostmind, they would always have at least a bit of an influence on that first map. And that was the same case for the second. Many a time you'd see Berserks making that kind of space, making that kind of pick, and just being quite the bother in the first place, putting really Cerberus in these awkward scenarios. In that last round, this case in point, it was a stellar effort, yes, from Daikut, but just not enough time and not enough space to work out whatever Boom has set up in that post plan.
Absolutely. And of course, the series MVP. Surprise, surprise? Well, not really. It was Flipshooter Tricks. His chamber on Split, his KO on Breeze, just spot on for this guy.
Really spot on. I know that you asked me earlier on if I had to pick somebody from Boom Esports that was just phenomenal. I told you it was just really difficult for me because everyone in Boom Esports, when they need to step up, they do step up. We've seen the clutches on all of the players. the ability to make that space, the ability to close the rounds that are so crucial for them. And it's just but a great job to Flipster overall for today's series.
And it's crazy to think how many first kills he got in that first map, just opening up those rounds, making it simply a Boom Esports show for them.
Of course, that was a lot of action over there, and Flipster just leading the way to victory for Boom Esports over here. Now, sadly, we won't be getting to see any more of Cerberus Esports over here, but on the side of VME, what's something that they did over here, Tricks, that they should carry over to their next matches?
The discipline that they seem to have today more so than yesterday is something I hope they continue. Take that aggression, it's perfect, but also make sure that you're not being too aggressive, you're not overextending yourselves. Whether it was in Split or in Breeze, we could see that they pulled back essentially when they had to.
Of course. Now, okay, we're ready for the next series. I'm really excited about that one. Once again, Flipster, worthy player to be put on the spotlight. But alas, this is where we close the series down. Once again, Boom Esports will be proceeding to the group stage. And in this next series, we're about to find out who's going to be joining them in their progression. This first team in this series are the Kings of TH. They won against the likes of Southbolt Esports, Now's Esports, and Team Big Bam. Their executions have given them their well-deserved attention on the APAC stage, and I gotta say that I can't get enough of these guys. Here's Regum Qeon. RRQ, we've got Rabbit, Tuge, Kelly S, Draxi, and Nexi. We talk about Nexi's setup all the time, Dax, but I don't think we'll stop talking about him anytime soon.
Look, RRQ is made out of local legends looking to raise their stock and at least make their namesake known into APAC, and pretty much the shining star of that, the one you could put at the top of the Christmas tree, will be Nexi. We know how much of an incredible anchor he has been for RRQ. We say it many times, the PH scene, perfect attendance throughout all of the playoff stages from last year as well as this year, despite the team that he was on. And this really goes to show that now that he's absolutely enabled with a squad as hungry as him and getting this kind of success, then it really goes to show that they can keep on pushing forward that way. And let's not forget what he did against Bleed Esports, then multiple clutches to keep the team alive. You can see that with some stellar shooting and some stellar positioning, he's able to find these small bits of reset to keep the flow of momentum in RRQ's favor.
Absolutely. The King of Kings looking for the crown here on the APAC stage. Perhaps their opponent will halt to that quest before they even begin. Their opponent is a team that broke the record yesterday. Their flashy plays and 5-man executions led a victory sweep against Team Big Bam, a team that suffered a dark fate against RRQ. Will this team suffer the same fate too? Here's Ghetto Artist. Hold W. That's the philosophy of this team. Probably. We've got Baby Blue, 8 Lua, Float QQ, Itao, and Bea. And I love these poses. I gotta say it again because it isn't the name. They're ghetto artists and they have a little bit more creativity when it comes to the poses over here, Dak.
Yep. So I was looking for a few things. So don't worry. Then I'll step in real quick because a lot to say about Get the Artist. But first things first. Whole W, simplicity, yes. But that kind of rings true to what they do. They love to play these default positions, default strategies, but it's just so sharp and so precise that you can feel like it just cuts through you so quickly. And we saw that against Big Bam. They would do similar things round per round, and they would just completely dominate Big Bam in terms of the momentum that they would push, the speed that they would do it on. And especially we saw Baby Blue and Palua, these guys from the Chinese region, stepping up and showing how effective they can really be for Ghetto Artists.
Wait, I gotta say, I feel so bad. Sorry, Trix. I know you love this
No,
game
it's
so
okay.
much. All yours. You can say whatever you want about Ghetto Artists. Let's go.
I mean, Dex kind of took it into play. You know, we had Baby Blue on the Duelist, we have Itao on the Controller, Float PQ on Sentinel, Bea 2 on the Initiator, and 8 Lu on the Initiator or Sentinel, depending on what they're feeling. And honestly, they're just outperforming. 8 Lua doing great on their first series, Baby Blue stepping up on the second series, which I was hoping for. As I mentioned, that these teams seem to be able to help each other outperform. We saw them set up for 8 Lua's performance. We saw them set up for Baby Blues as well. Them showing that dominant effort against BAM yesterday. Just the fact that they were able to take that control, whether it be by force, but also the fact that they were clearing the angles very well. And I've mentioned this before. They're not just rushing the side holding W recklessly. They are doing so with the utility, clearing the angles necessary. Although sometimes, especially in Game 2, we saw them get a little reckless, and I'm worried that they're going to be punished for that by RRQ.
Absolutely. A team like RRQ is good at pointing out the opponent's mistakes and capitalizing off of that. But now we're going to be headed over to our head-to-head. And Trix, again, I apologize. I know you've been looking forward to talking about Ghetto Artists. After all, I know how much you... I didn't do it on purpose. Raph is just shaking his head right now. Laika, you did it again. You did it again. But again, I know, Trix, for a fact that you enjoy watching teams that aren't afraid to have this certain level of aggression. And I'm pretty sure that Baby Blue is a testament to that kind of personality you're looking for.
Baby Blue is not the only one that is a testament to that personality. Definitely Kelly S as well. We've seen him on that raise. To see him take that control from the opponents. However, last series they played, it seemed a little lacking. Their first game also seemed a little uncomfortable. They weren't really sure where they wanted to go. They resolved it on the second, and by the third match, it seemed that it just was not working out for them.
I think one of the biggest things these two players bring to the table is how essential they are for the initial plan of action. You look at the artist, if Baby Blue can get in, then that's exactly what they need to do to get their defaults going. In the meantime, for RRQ, if Kelly S is actually able to make that space and go even further with the distance, then you allow the backline to come in. Whether or not he gets a kill, it's all about that clutch potential in the end. So there is a bit of that similarity between these two squads and what their duelist is supposed to accomplish in the first place. And it's just so helpful because not only are Kelly S and Baby Blue essential and immense fraggers, but the players themselves that they enable, like Nexi for RRQ sides and Palua on the side of Ghetto Artists, they can be even better in that second wave enhanced by the entries of the first.
It would seem that RRQ versus Ghetto Artists would be kind of one of those games that are a battle of attrition and seeing the kind of force and space both duelists can make.
Of course, these duelists are amazing, and with Baby Blue and Kelly S providing what their team needs, I wouldn't be surprised if we ended up in another long series. With these matches, we can end at any time and at any place. And by place, I mean we can end up on Bind, Haven, not Fracture though, because RRQ won't take us there.
Wait,
Here are the map vetoes.
wait a second. You said say end at any time. What time did you guys end yesterday again?
Let's not talk about it, Tax.
Did we even end yesterday?
No. Technically, they'd reach the next day, right? So we're still continuing on.
Right. Good point. Good point. But I'm predicting no Fracture. RRQ. See, I called it, Tax. I called it.
Congratulations.
Even take?
Do you want a medal for that one? And well, Fracture of course banned on out. So like you said, Get the Artist. They do ban out Bind. It isn't something they really play as much. And this is an intriguing first map pick here, Trix, because Ghetto Artists, I believe, has only played Breeze once ever in their history as a team. It was a loss against Oblivion for Split, though. In the meantime,
Yeah.
for RRQ, usual pick for the Kings of Split and PH.
I'm a little bit worried on the side of GA over here. They've had troublesome experience on Split, but we know for a fact, Trix, that RRQ, it's their hometown. They live in Split at this point.
Yes, I think Split was the right choice for RRQ, especially against a team like GA. If you're confident and comfortable with how to take information on Split, how to pressure your opponents in certain areas, RRQ will have the upper hand. Although, as Dax pointed out, that Breeze pick is worrisome, but the Icebox, if it gets to game 3, I feel does go towards GA, maybe?
I'm a little split on Icebox, in all honesty. Both sides have a decent record at it, and forget the artists. One of the biggest strengths that they actually have in the HG Taiwan side is how strong their defense is, because they're very quick at pinching the opposition. So that might be the slight factor that they're used to. But at the same time, RRQ, they're going to be ready for it with the flanks being covered as much as possible. I do want to go back quickly to that Breeze map pick. This is a very intriguing map pick by Ghetto Artists, not just only because of their lack of history on it, but also probably the reason why they picked it. Because you look at RRQ's stats right now with this Philippine roster, they haven't won a Breeze map as of yet. And it's one thing that Ghetto Artists was able to exploit against Bleed. If you remember, then they picked up Fracture. They knew Bleed would have those struggles in it, and they took that map win thanks to that factor. Can it happen true yet again for Ghetto Artists, just looking to find the weakest point perhaps that they infer from the statistics of the other team?
If I'm being honest over here, I feel like Breeze may be a little on the chaotic side because both of these teams haven't been really playing it a lot. In fact, during the PH Challengers, RRQ was actually banning Breeze for the most part. And again, GA just lacking experience so far on the map, especially on a caliber of this level of the competition. But there we go. All maps locked in. We're going to be going to Breeze at the very first time. Or at the very first time for this series. And I'm expecting a few slower paced entries on the side of RRQ, but in contrast to that, if we're seeing the GA that we saw yesterday, then we'll never know what to expect. Here on the program though, we kind of do, which is why we're expecting the dreaded locking of the predictions to happen over here. Dax, since you are new to the panel, why don't you go first?
Why must you pressure me so? How could you do this to me? Like, you've been hurting feelings all day today, but gonna have to hurt feelings a little bit of Ghetto Artists today because I go for the RRQ side. Coming into this series, one thing I really have to factor in is that clutch potential. And RRQ, they're able to usually handle those storms that come their way anyway, despite the fast entries of Ghetto Artists, because there's always an off angle that they can try to play. And that's something I pointed out, especially against Bleed Esports. If you don't answer RRQ's 2 or 3-pronged attacks in an equal fashion, then that one side that slips in, it can be very, very dangerous to deal with. And forget the artists, it's more of the readability that they have. They are so sublime at executing, yes, but after their fast starts that employ that shock and awe, it seems like forget the artists, they do struggle to close out those games when the other team adapts. And RRQ, I believe that they should have the advantage then and there.
I'm with you on this one. I'm Viva RRQ too. Back in PH, we were always hoping that the proper spotlight was shed on these guys, and I'd hate to see them get out of the running this early on. So I'm with Dax on this one, but I'm not so sure what Trix is thinking over here, because I know that you're a huge fan of Ghetto Artists.
I am a huge fan of Ghetto Artists. I feel I have not seen them play enough. I think that their entries are amazing, but also their split decision making, the kinds of executions they do, and the fact that they're able to pull back and execute together once again on the attacker side shows highlight on how they work as a team. I feel, although RRQ is fantastic, I am very hopeful and I believe that Ghetto Artists can pull it off so long as they adjust to the fact that RRQ is also brilliant.
It's crazy to think that there'll be microsecond split decisions that can really define this game, and both sides have that in spades to give you a game of clutches to see who can come out ahead. And one thing I'm really loving about this Ghetto Artists roster also, just to add on to Trix's prediction despite my own personal beliefs, is this is a taste of what perhaps what the future of Valorant, for the future once we integrate the Chinese region even more so, because Baby Blue, Baluao, they're already showing how aggressive their squads can be with them at the helm. And you look at some of the other tournaments happening in that region right now, that's pretty much an indicator of that playstyle. So how will that be able to factor in against APAC, against specifically in this matchup right now, SEA? So really, cultures clash right now in a series like this.
This has been pretty evident, especially now in the play-ins, where we're just starting to get to know these respective regions and how they like to play. But now, moving into a map, Breeze, Dax, what compositions are you expecting from either side?
I'm honestly expecting something very different from what we've seen on the local stage for both, because they haven't gotten that success as much than what we really want to see from them. But I guess I'm already wrong, because you get that Nexi, Rabbits, Chamber, and Sova. They're also going to be going for the Sky-based composition this time for RRQ. And they tried to do this against Oasis Gaming way back when in the lower bracket finals, but not really to the success that they expected. In the meantime, though, this is here for Ghetto Artist, yet again, the double initiator. So my initial prediction was wrong that they would change things up. This is pretty much exactly the same that they brought out then and there. So instead of trying to change up what doesn't work, let's just try to fix it for both RRQ and GA.
Actually, exactly what Dax is saying. GA has played this lineup, and I know we mentioned that they lost with it before, but as we've seen, this lineup can be very successful. Boomy Esports showed it to us earlier on. I'm just hoping that Float QQ's KO will have that kind of impact that we've seen it have on other teams, because I do find that sometimes the KO impact is lacking on Ghetto Artist.
And one thing I think only changes up for Ghetto Artist is who is playing the KO and who is playing the Chamber right now. We've seen Paluo just be so incredible at hitting shot after shot over, especially in that lead series. We'll remember that Fracture game where he would just get the 1v2 clutches from either side of the map, and him being on that Chamber might be the defining factor to push Ghetto Artist forward. For RQ, lessons learned from PH scene. Let's see if they can build on from that, especially knowing how potent their opposition is right now.
It's so fun having Dax on the panel.
Why?
We don't need you, Rap. No, I'm just kidding. No, because it feels like you're casting already. You know, you're getting too excited over here.
This is the warm-up. This is the warm-up.
Great warm-up, by the way. Now, hold W or no? As far as we're concerned, all our viewers really need to hold right now is some popcorn. This is quite a battle that we're getting into. Map 1 going on to Breeze, RRQ versus Ghetto Artist. We're in for another good show over here, folks, so keep your eyes peeled. Again, this is Regum Qeon versus Ghetto Artist, and I'm so stoked to find out how these compositions will come into play. If we'll be seeing Trix's favorite 5-man executions, it's just a lot to take in. And again, you guys touched up on the KO. I'm excited. I'm always excited to see how the KO will turn everything around, because that suppress is just something else. You know, when you take in the suppress factor, when you hit it on a Killjoy, when you hit it on a Chamber, like we touched up yesterday with Fluffy Chicks, it just hits different.
It really does. Just the way that a KO is able to create that space, deny the information, deny the usage of anything on the opponent's side. I find also, I mentioned earlier, the use of the Sky's Trailblazer compared to the Sova drone might just be crucial for RRQ, so I hope that they don't make any mistakes there, because Breeze is a large map. You have to decide where you want to clear those close angles, and only those close angles, or where you want the drone to scout out everything around.
Yeah, actually, you guys did not see it, but behind the scenes, Trix was very particular with this. She was like, okay, they better use the Sova drone to enter the site, because it holds up a higher angle than the dog, or the Trailblazer. So you gotta be careful with the usage of utility too, right, Dax?
That's the game changer and Trix talking. Let's not forget her exceptional pro playing career, both in previous titles as well here as in Valorant. But I kind of am looking at this map right now, and I really wonder how RQ is going to improve their attacking side. It's hard to really factor in the single sample we have of Ghetto Artists, especially knowing that they are going to be changing things up just a little bit more now on this map. But RRQ has found issues making it to the site on the attacking side in the first place. Yes, they'll get there, but they're usually already tagged down. Some of them are gonna fall, and it really will rely again on how Kelly's is gonna play this. Usually you see him effective on the Raze, but this freeze map doesn't really suit that full kind of agent selection. We get the Jet instead. He needs to go on in, and this needs to be precision from RRQ, especially knowing the fact that you guys have already been talking about that KO knife. If someone gets suppressed mid-transition, it will be problematic for RRQ.
RQ has shown us, however, that they are able to play against those aggressive setups, although falling a little short against Bleed. But the fact that they're able to adjust to that, they're waiting for that aggression, and knowing that Ghetto Artist is that aggressive team, I know I am predicting Ghetto Artist to win, but I think they're going to have a hard time because RQ just knowing how to hold down those angles, those flanks, and then wait for the hit. It just all depends on the timing of all the utilities, especially that KO knife on the side of Ghetto Artist.
Since you brought up the predictions once again, Trix, Dax, I'm a little bit concerned. You predicted wrong on the compositions. I hope you're not predicting wrong when it comes to RRQ, because I am with you on this one. I'm with you, and I'm waving my imaginary Filipino flag over here, because there are homegrown boys over here, and we love to see them. But that is it, folks. We're just about ready to get started with the games. This has been your panel, and we're passing you guys over to our casters.
Hold your breaths. Come in for the clutch and watch every single second of this one, because in this battle of elimination, you know that it will go down to the wire for these two teams. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day and the final series of the play-ins. It's RRQ versus Ghetto Artist. Winner here moves on to the group stage. Loser stays home and is out of the tournament. My name is Dax here with Black and Blue, and here we have it, man. Almost a full week finished up in APAC. Time flies when we're having fun, but it hasn't just been fun and games. It's incredibly interesting to see here, my friend, that the level of games that we saw here into the play-ins, just how close they were, already superseding what we saw from the previous stage.
Totally, it doesn't even feel like a play-ins, but the last time we saw, the play-ins come in during stage 1, it was a bit more clear-cut than it is nowadays. I still do have to say, though, at least in this matchup, that RQ so far, probably more of my kind of prediction to make it out of this series, just based on the map veto and their previous performance between them and Bleed as well. But there is that caveat where now with Lua being on this chamber, and the last time we've seen them play Breeze in their local qualifiers, rather versus Big Bam, in their local qualifier versus Oblivion Force, it was Full QQ, I believe, who was on that chamber instead. And so for him to go now into KO and try and switch things up, I think is a really good adjustment that this team could utilize in this map specifically, a map that hasn't always been too fortunate for them.
Yeah, it's just, for both sides, they're coming in relatively blind right now, given the statistics that we've had here. But Paluo immediately start things off. Rabbit goes down, and already hot hand with the headhunter, able to teleport on away. The beauty of the rendezvous, and it's a little unfortunate because Draxi was actually creeping towards that utility in the first place. Gonna force out the duel there. Spike though being planted towards the A side. Get the Artist. Their bread and butter is the fast execute, and case in points, they're already here forcing the post plant.
Well, they do have kind of a split push here towards this A side for retake. It will make that A main hold a bit more difficult to try and continue on further. The Baby Blue gets that opening pick here in the Nexi. That's a 3v5 immediately from them. The flashes come out, but what do they really find? 2G and Kelly, yes, they all drop down to the Kings of Kings. The command has come out, and the speech they've said is they want to take this round. Flow QQ has to rise above the competition here, has to levitate further than the reach of RRQ, but they're not within his reach, way out of sight, and they get the round still, as Flow QQ gets the 2 kills. It's RRQ with the defuse and the opening pistol.
Yeah, a consolation prize, and you can see already the strengths of both teams absolutely hammered in. Ghetto Artist, precise as can be. Float QQ looking so good there with those final few shots. But in the meantime, RRQ and the Royal Dupree is just oppress the crowd here. They come in as a unit, and while Ghetto Artist can win out those kind of duels, can be mechanically inclined to hit those shots, there's way too many targets that RRQ brings out that Ghetto Artist can really handle. So a great start here for RRQ. They get the defuse, but since Ghetto Artist got the spike down, they also got all the kills anyway. They force by here with the Spectres because they can afford it.
Yeah, they definitely can. This is something I think is the right decision for GA to be pulling off. This force spike can work out for them, but the early damage being done towards Baby Blue is going to shut down their initial spear into that site. Draxi making sure that he follows up on the early damage done by Kelly S. And now they have a postman situation, but more than capable of retaking this. He dodges the flash for the meantime. Here on the bricks, they're going to lay it on him heavily so. And Rabbit and the rest here of RRQ demolishing the postman hold from GA to continue the Royal Decree once more into another day.
Yeah, let's turn it into an Imperial Mandate by this point because we level up now to a 2-0 scoreline. And Flawless versus the Force Buy is the worst situation here for Ghetto Artist. But you saw it there though, man. RRQ, they understand what Ghetto Artist is gonna do. And I think that's the biggest strength and weakness right now of Ghetto Artist. They're gonna be predictable, yes, but they're gonna be so precise also at the same time. RRQ though, a great read, especially with Kelly S's Cloudburst there. He throws out the smoke. They also push into it just to keep the momentum going, and they don't get flashed from behind whatsoever. They're up close to someone who's still trying to cock his gun out, basically. That extra bit of time allows RRQ to win out the round and get the Artist. They're gonna have to try and figure out how to hit the shots this time from the middle.
You know, we've been seeing, rather hearing, at least on the panel, that GA, they kind of W key sometimes, but it's been RRQ have been really pushing the pace here. Has been really keeping things at an uptick. Kelly S gets that opening pick, but he's in a dangerous spot right now. Itao finds the better of him, and sometimes that classic can do much more damage than you'd expect at a range compared to an SMG, simply on the accuracy of each individual click. So they equalize things up 4-4, but what do they really get out of it? They push themselves all the way to the hall, and luckily for them, they've got a pass. We'll get the plant out on the A site.
I mean, they circumvented the cave area, but really, RRQ, they're mostly factored in towards this B site. Goes to show, though, that the 2-gate able to get rid of Baby Blue. RRQ, they need to be as accurate as can be for a series like this. If they do not connect their shots, Ghetto Artist has to be one of the best teams in the HK Taiwan side that will punish you for not only your hubris, but for your lack of precision. But Nexi finding Luo there. Nexi getting a second one even. And RRQ make it 3-0. I'm going to tell you a story real quick though, Black and Blue, while we have a bit of time. So, I looked into some of the names of Ghetto Artists with their local broadcasts. And as much as they're amazing, I cannot understand it, right? But apparently, 8 Luau is called like Balua or something, because that is how you say 8 in Chinese. It's Ba, but they kind of say it like a Pa, so you can interchange it. Yeah, Palua, Balua, doesn't really matter. But yeah, so that's apparently how his name goes.
Oh, well, we have yet to be corrected, but I'm gonna take that as
I don't think that, honestly, I don't think usually the people who can correct us can talk to us.
Yeah, right now.
Right. Unfortunately.
With a bunch of faces, but that's about it. For the meantime, though, the only face here is a sour one from GA as they give up an opening pick. Baby Blue taking on down. They really struggle to get that space going once they lose Baby Blue early on. And Nexi, such a potent operator player. Bilua, the only player to really get things going, but even if Flow TQ was able to follow up, that was nigh for nothing. 4-0. RRQ, commanding start, and one that didn't really have much of a fight come back. from GA.
And for RRQ, this is the perfect situation. Not only do they expect to push, but they read the right side onto it. You can see immediately a cascade from the elbow, allowing RRQ to just set up that pinch. And while the window is a good position, if RRQ extends past into main, it's not going to be enough if they're inside the tunnels themselves. So really, just the amount of map control that RRQ is getting right now to help them out here is so effective because they know where they can go and they know what is Ghetto Artist territory. But here we have it now. Baluao prepared with the tour de force. We know the shots can come here from Ghetto Artist. But by this point, what is next? A nice trade there from Baby Blue while Bayo was too busy with the Owl drone. Kelly S goes down. Beyond that, though, a little bit more of the hesitation right now from Ghetto Artist. Playing for picks, looking for how RRQ is set up on. Shock Dart thrown out. Here for Ghetto Artist, they do want to execute towards this A side, and Float QQ will try to make that command happen.
But you see, Dax, that a lot of the symptoms are remaining true here for the problems of GA, where they love to make those dry early contacts towards either mains of a site. And when they don't win it out early, they struggle to get anything past it. 2G shutting down Float QQ's attempt to retake the halls, but Baby Blue does get a trade immediately. Still, 3v2, they have the man advantage now, something that we haven't really seen from GA yet in this series. Nexi with an op could really turn things around. It's going to be Draxi, though, on that alpha site. You have to fend them off. The wall up here for GA. It's going to allow them to cross potentially, but they play the time, keeping Draxi guessing which way they're actually coming from.
Ghetto Artist, like the adjustment, though, with the pace at least. Withhold that information and then do the usual burst at the last moment. Draxi trying, anticipating, and while it was a decent position, Baby Blue just so potent right now. 3 already for the Jets. And Nexi, the only one left, holding on to the operator. If he dies here, he does have the tour de force, so he can afford to peek it out, especially that RRQ has this lead and has that bank. On the flip side, Ghetto Artist staying away from those clear sidelines. I'm just loving right now what Ghetto Artist has realized immediately. Nexi finding Itao anyway. Here comes Baby Blue! And whose baby is that? Because, well, Baby Blue so potent right now. 4 kills to his name, giving Ghetto Artist a chance to get on the board.
Ah, to you, he says. In GA, they finally get that opening round here for the HK Taiwan scene. Baby Blue, he really is an important piece of this puzzle. Same with Flow QQ. They rely on their opening entry power to get themselves going in the round. So they do in Balua. But at the very least, this is a round that did and was rather expensive. If they lose another round, things could start to go downturn once again for GA, but it's a good start for them. The Viper's Pit here popped on the B main is going to be a big hamper, but so will that on Baby Blue. Losing him once more early on, Dax, has not boded well for them historically.
Yeah, it's painful because you know how sharp that tip of the spear is. It just becomes a stick here from Ghetto Artist without him in the first place, and Baby Blue showed up immensely against Big Bam yesterday in the series that basically never ended. Really goes to show that what we have here, the hybrid lineup of Ghetto Artists, has found ways to boost really the, I'd say, the report of the Taiwanese side of this composition of this roster, and then enhance what the likes of Baby Blue and Baluao can do. But the backstab though looked to happen, but Kelly S finding his mark. Could have been great here for Ghetto Artist, but without Baby Blue and Baluao, things look even more difficult right now for GA.
This is offensive side here for RRQ, really benefiting what they've got on the board. Nukel, yes, we do see him kind of struggle sometimes on the attacking side when he is on Jet as compared to that Raze where he's almost always so potent. But for him to start on the defense and get himself going with this operator, it's a big thing for RRQ to get momentum in their way, but they're just completely getting shut down here on mid. A flawless, impeccable round from RRQ to continue their streak back up and they get another round here, only conceding 1 for GA.
Like, who holds in the middle of the map? Who holds by that cylinder? But for RRQ, they understand that how Ghetto Artist is mobilizing right now. And they just get the right reads and the right timings despite that double operator setup in that last round. It's some great adjustments right now from RRQ. And I think it's a lesson learned from what we saw them against Bleed. They were basically counterpicked, counter-stratted by Bleed Esports. Might as well look to do the same thing against their next opponent and learn from those kind of mistakes. But now you can't make mistakes against GA because look at this. They will keep hammering on those points, keep the pressure on, and Baby Blue doubling up versus Rabbit, helping out his teammate and getting that takedown. Can he go for more? Yes, he does! Even a second! Final blades do not get the connection. Balua defining next in response. It's 2 here for RRQ, but the advantage is in favor of Get the Artist picking up a gun. The tunnel! They try to line up Tuge right now, finding Baby Blue anyway. A bit of collateral damage, but Itao is there. Tuge bringing the Viper to the grave. Both snakes on this plane will crash. And it's 5-1 right now. The scoreline 1v1 situation here. Kelly Esto ready with the Blade Star, and Balua will barely see him coming. 6-1. It's RRQ again on the board.
A bit of an overpeak there towards mid from Rabbit, but in the end, the rest of the team picks up the slack and gets the job done. 2GE always so sure to be able and reliable, really, to not go down without a fight, and that he does. Making sure that he pops that snake bite after finding the opening pick with the timing to make sure that even if he doesn't get a kill, it will slow down the pace and allow Kelly S to rotate in the nick of time. Still a great showing here from GA on those pushes, but they are just lacking maybe that one piece of utility that could edge things out in the fight. Now, a map like Breeze sometimes can go very hard either way to the attacker-defender sided, but in this case, it really is favoring RRQ. So timeout called by GA. They don't have much economy to utilize in this round, X.
That's looking very difficult for Ghetto Artist right now, especially when you're playing Breeze and you're feeling that you're always put in a eco state. It's so problematic to say the least, since you're not going to really have the range that you want to contest with, and we know how sharp Ghetto Artist can be, but if those one-taps don't really work out the way that they would like, then how are we really going to get those kills? And yet again, border control is the answer here for RRQ. Many a time, they try to get that intel as much as possible, try to see where Ghetto Artist is going to come from, and by either the means of the Sky and the Sova, or just really the scopes of Kelly S and Nexi, that's enough for them to understand how Ghetto Artist is going to play. Let's see though, if we get even more dimensions right now from GA. Baby Blue, be careful, because Kelly S is right there. Default yet again, putting up the Viper wall. We get the Aldrin towards the left-hand side. Kelly S just avoiding it as much as possible, but can't hit the shot. Viper Spit now online. GA, a shroud of cover to make it towards the side. But look at Kelly S go! He still gets in to get rid of Bea. Itao though, making a stinger work. Operator gonna get dropped, but Draxi is ready as well to find Baloo out anyway. Here comes RRQ, and GA tried to play by the pyramids. A wonder here on how they're gonna get the hell out of the situation. Itao though, getting ready yet again with the utilities. Rabbit with the Aldrone, and RRQ coming in close yet again as GA has to try and hold.
Oh, but they're using this Shroud of Mystery against him, Dax. 2GE diving through and coming out of the other end. Defuse already halfway on through. They have to find a way to stop this, and they do with the Spectre. Diffuser has been killed. 2GE though backing them up, and that will give them the advantage and the round. RRQ, great retake once again. Not cover, Dax, only concealment. And in that Shroud of Mystery, Kelly S found an opening.
It's a kind of invisibility cloak that perhaps you can see through anyway, but RRQ just understanding how these utilities are gonna be utilized, and you can see what they're able to get away with by this point. Kelly S just hiding right behind the wall by the right pyramid, knowing the Aldrone is going towards the left, and suddenly we see him transit over to the other pyramid, come in close, and shut down the spike diffuser. And from that point on, GA decides to play back. RRQ, knowing they can get away by actually getting into the Viper's pits, is looking very problematic right now for Ghetto Artist, because they're unable to get the fair fights that they want in the first place. But there you have it. Precision is name is Baluao. Already catching out one. Draxi though making the trade work very quickly, and the Hunter's Fury is there. RRQ trying to go for the artillery fire. Rabbit catching out Bea as well. And Black and Blue, as Itao finds Kelly S there to make the trade happen. You always say it, that if you're really playing a utility-based composition, if you're playing a fair fight, then you're the ones who's gonna be losing it out. Tuge though, Rabbit on the board. Baby Blue though, a nice take on the Rabbit, but he's so low on the HP. Yeah. And 2v1 right now.
Difficult scenario for Baby Blue to be in. Even the most soothing lullaby won't ease his nerves. on the peak. He finds information, but that's information given away as well to RRQ. Can go for the plant here. I actually would wager that sticking to the operator wouldn't be a bad decision, considering how low HP he is in this moment. If he can isolate the fights, that could work out for him in the end. Vulnerable, yes, but what does it really matter when you're already low HP? Swings around the wide side. They're looking for him, searching for a way, for an answer, and that they find. It's Draxi to give them the final decision. It's RRQ continuing their lead here even further. This opening half of GA really struggling, and it's not what we are, I guess, too surprised by, considering their previous performance versus Oblivion Force here in Breeze. So I really do think when you look at the map vetoes that this is looking like a pretty solid RRQ veto. Next map on up is Split, which is by far one of their best maps, and I don't know, for GA, they really have to get something going here. Otherwise, this could be a series that can be gone before a blink of an eye and not in their way.
It's too much of a gamble, I say. This Breeze Fracture against Bleed made sense because they won it last time. But here, you can feel that the gears aren't spinning as potently as it could be. And yes, there are some great micro decisions here from the side of Ghetto Artist. I love that rotation there from Baby Blue, since eventually he was able to isolate the fight, knowing that RRQ is a team that likes to stick together as much as possible, and that could have been his timing there to go for the clutch. But beyond that now, the speed that can kill, the velocity here brought back the Lua, but doesn't matter because Kelly S shutting down the null command, putting him to the floor. Rabbit slaying the chamber where he stands, Ita into the corner, but Red still, Tuge using that poison to flush him out, and Kelly S with the off shot, Tuge with the track, Bea goes down, and Baby Blue! He's seeing red after that one, as RRQ reading the opposition yet again, 9-1 right now for the defense.
The charge is out in the open, and 2G closes the book right on him. RRQ, incredibly dominant half already secured here, Dax. Even if they lose these next 2 rounds, this is still a one-sided show here. A carnival being put out, and the only oil being sold is that of a snake.
A gift.
And well, there's a Viper at the top frag position, so I'm not too surprised that's the animal in question. Beast, though, hasn't been unleashed here for Ghetto Artist. It feels like they're so chained up right now by the RRQ defense, suffocating by how close they're willing to play, how many players are willing to go together. And with RRQ bringing these hands to rings the necks really of Ghetto Artist, it has been problematic because they don't get too many chances to do what they do best, and that is just frag out by individuals. But Balua saw the pixels, and the shoulder of Rabbit is all the way there on the left-hand side. Draxi, though, still in the middle. RRQ has dared to go for the cylinder as much as possible. This pillar keeping protection in the middle where they stand. And case in point, it's suddenly 4v2 advantage, heftily taken by RRQ by advancing to where no team has really dared to gone before.
For GA to find themselves in, and he gets found there. Kelly, yes, looking so deadly, so accurate, a marksman in every sense of the word, but this operator, a dead eye, true to the word.
Last round.
GA, this is a rough show for GA, man. You look at the scene like HK Taiwan, and they've never been a region that has, except for maybe that CBT squad, has had like a really top level APAC team, SEA team, and for them to struggle here early on in the play-ins, it's not a good sign. I really want to see just the boys in the hood show us how good they can be, but that isn't coming to the fold yet here versus RRQ. Final gun round and final round of this opening half. Not an operator in sight for GA this time to try and counter-snipe the 3 operators on RRQ's side. This could have deadly results.
They know that this can actually work out here against GA if they hit their shots. Lexi, though, with a whiff there, force the rendezvous and allows Ghetto Artist actually to make it towards the site. Now, since they're running this multiple operator composition, this toxic screen even more effective. Kelly Esto dashing on the way. Quick little reset. Flow QQ gonna get popped there like a balloon. Spike's not planted. Kelly S low on the HP. The blade comes out and about. Baby Blue though seeing them line up for him basically. He finds 2 just a few steps behind, but Draxi will trade him out anyway. Bea though, making it at least equalized here in the cave control for Ghetto Artist, allowing them to play a bit of a distance. Since Bea got that kill here, Black and Blue, that Hunter's Fury is gonna be part of the equation. Viper Spit though, yet again, a veil of mystery right in front. Bea can't even find where to shoot, and Tuge finding Itao anyway. Low now, here for the side of Ghetto Artist. Draxi just thinking it already. Shocker flies. Can he actually get this one done? Yes, he does here for the side of RRQ. While Bea gets the kill, RRQ gets the round, and 11-1. This is just as dominant as can be for the Kings of Kings.
Oh, timing works out there for RRQ. GA not able to delay within the site first any longer before falling on back, and really because of how low HP they already were. Still smart from RRQ to tap that spike early. They know it will force out the Hunter's Fury immediately, which is the one ultimate that the post plant there of the Ghetto Artists were really banking on. But the art that they're looking to paint here, seemingly not even finding a canvas to get that oil down on. Bea so close there to getting the round, but Draxi one step ahead, always, never falls back behind. The rest of GA, this is a loss that could either really shake their confidence, stir them up moving into that second map, or it could be one that could just have the opposite result and fire them up, and hoping here for the Ghetto Artists that it's going to be the latter and they can come back from this. Even if they lose this map, map 2 is an entirely different story, even if the statistics might not suggest so.
They've shown magic, really. For Ghetto Artists, a squad that was formed really for the latest stage of HK Taiwan, the names that weren't known yet, making waves now into the play-ins. There is always something to gain. And while they can lose out here on this map, and if they lose the series, the whole APAC shindig in the first place, they've already shown how potent they can be with how accurate some of their players are. And they're always a threat. It's just great for RRQ that their threat assessment throughout the round is on point, because there's so many times where I have to raise my eyebrows towards RRQ because Ghetto Artist is still there on the inside getting those kills, and we see it from Baby Blue, we see it sometimes from the first kills of Baluao. But after that fact, it's the recovery suddenly of RRQ that keeps them rejuvenated for the rounds. And you can see it here, especially players like Tuge and Draxi, who can really control how some of these sightlines works with the smokes and the flashes. It's been so helpful for them to help out a teammate in need and give RRQ many a time a man advantage, not just for the round itself here, Black and Blue, but just pretend in a duel itself, 1v1 usually becomes 2v1 ready for RRQ's side more so than GA's.
Those missed opportunities have been biting them in the back over and over here for GA. Hopefully that doesn't continue, that trend doesn't, well, really solidify itself here in the defensive side. As Lua, great opening pick on Draxi. They know where he is, has a very difficult opportunity to try and fall back because all that scan, as I said, concealment not covered. Still know where he was. Bea on the trade, not letting 2GE get away scot-free with his off positioning here for that flank watch. Rabbit trade as well on Itao. They're going 1-for-1 on each trade, so what we talked about not coming true here at the very least, but the post plant does favor RRQ right now. They've got something to work with, but the time actually, the spike is planted way away from them. I thought it was towards tunnel, but it being on the default spot makes things so much more difficult for RRQ. There's no way they can stop this from happening. And GA at the very least get the opening pistol. Could be some wind in their sails.
Might as well just attack on the defense by this point here. Forget the artist. I love how they got that map control. And while RRQ was unshaken by Baluao's first kill, and they've actually pushed him there all the way to the end, these kind of scenarios, this can be honestly a pitfall here for RRQ. They feel like, okay, the PH scene, we can get chaotic. We're happy if that happens when it becomes that SEA scrap. But HK Taiwan as a region, contest the contact, keep on fighting, keep on going, and then the system of trades, that's gonna be in favor of the side of GA, but the favor has already become fortune for RRQ instead! Two stellar shots from Kelly S. Luckily the guns here for Ghetto Artist keeping them in the fight, and the Bulldog barking back through the double doors, saying that you are not allowed to go on the inside. But Tuge! Cranium shots on the Baby Blue! These sheriffs are finding their marks! And the taps have been so exquisite here for RRQ. 1-versus-1 scenario. Yet again, the battle of the Vipers. We'll see who's going to be the King Cobra now.
They're waiting. One here. A lot more tagged up than the other. 2GE. We've seen masterful clutches come from this player, but Oh no, doesn't seem like Ghetto has any real notion where he's coming from. In the tunnel, no, he falls back towards B main. Now, within his own orb, breathes out of it. He has a small bit of space, but 2G gives himself away, being pressured by that positioning here, being held on by Ghetto. The defuse halfway done through now, spamming on, and he gets the kill here. Expensive, costly round for the Ghetto artists. They still get in the end. Not a bad situation for RRQ to be in, though. They get the spike down, and they bring it to a 1v1.
Don't forget the art that sometimes it's the result that matters. We've seen some of the rounds scrappy in their previous series that it does become that trade shindig despite the gun disparity. And this was just such a huge step up here for Kelly as RRQ comes in as a group and honestly surprises Ghetto artists by the amount of targets yet again right in front of them. But this last play from Ghetto, not only does he set up that poison cloud, he's able to play with the smoke finding and the steps that he's able to do against what Tuga doesn't really know on the other side. So Ghetto artists, micro decisions again, keeping them in the game. This is what the series is all about right now in those scenarios. And while RRQ has done a good job in the first half to try and avoid that as much as possible, Ghetto artists kind of forcing their hand, but this time the hand that bites is from RRQ, able to just grasp at this Ghetto artist defense, understand what's going on in all the positions in the world, cannot help Ghetto artists whatsoever. Belumo can't even win out against Kelly S, and flawless eyes can be put some shine onto it. This is match point for RRQ.
Well, they bit the hand that feeds, and the Kings made sure that the currency is safely in their pocket. Kelly S just storming his way headlong into the site, but not with much abandon because it still was controlled, not too reckless here from RRQ. And man, GA, difficult scenario to be in once more. No blades, no real no real tour de force, and no real weapons to fight back with here. Marshall, a bunch of SMGs, and the Sheriff is all they got to use. Lua, this is I think a proper risk for him to take. He does get one, but only one. The timing almost worked out for him, but in the end, it doesn't. Plant should go down here in the B side without much contest from the GA side. The Sheriff is all Flow GT is trying to fight with, but he sinks to the ground. Payout quick on the trade, and all their names being taken off here. Kelly, yes, he's on with blades this time. Challenging Baby Blue. A difficult fight for him to try and take, but this one he can still win out, and Ghetto from the flank does pick up a Phantom, and Nexi follows suit as well. 2v2 here right now. Ubea up close, gets Kelly, yes, but Rabbit brings it down to the 1v1. Now between Rabbit and Ghetto, if he gets this round, if he gets another clutch here, and another 1v1, they could live on the fight for another round. Rabbit behind the pillar, Scan giving up, 2 bullets into magazine, doesn't connect, has a classic, right click could connect, but it doesn't, as Rabbit hops scarily into map number 1, win taken here by RRQ.
He can't jump against a guy named Rabbit. He knows how those hops work, but the council in the group stage is awaiting RRQ if this keeps up, and they already are looking for that invitation. RRQ commanding victory here. Their decree on Breeze is basically followed by many, and Hearts there for next to flash over out to the corner. Just a bit of a heartbreak for Ghetto artists. The moments that they could have made happen in terms of the contact just taken away by RRQ many times in that first half. And while RRQ's assault not as precise as their defense there, the gun disparity instead hurting Ghetto artists when they were finding those clutch moments the most. Well, that's the first map for us though. RRQ dominating victory there on Breeze. Can Ghetto artists look to make a masterpiece happen into the second map and recover, or will it be a quick series here? We'll see as we go on for the break. Panel gonna be breaking it down though. That's here with Black and Blue, and we'll see you guys for more of VCT APAC.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the bait.
Contrasting to yesterday's series, today feels like a speedrun of some sorts. RRQ and Ghetto Artists showing pure confidence in their games, and that's what we were hoping for. Back on the panel of VCT APAC Stage 2 challengers, it's the likable Dax and Trix. Dax, take a breather. You had a fantastic cast. Trix will be taking over for now. So Trix, why don't we start with that commanding start by RRQ?
RRQ just amazing. Before the map started and during the agent select, Laika asked me what I thought the win conditions were, and I said that Qeon needed to have impact, and true enough, it did not have the impact that I was hoping to see. RRQ just getting that space, using that Viper ultimate and the triple mid stack was perfect, with all of the angles covered, making sure their Viper couldn't get flanked from tunnel with the chamber watching in A main. I think RRQ in general just reading GA so well and playing to their strengths. The fact that the moment GA got sight, RRQ was ready on the flank, or they were having a great retake, just going in there, getting into those positions that GA just did not expect them to be in.
I think one of the best things RRQ especially did against that KO is the amount of distance they were able to stay away from basically null command plays or 0 points as much as possible. And that's kind of why the KO is kind of a little wonky on Breeze in the first place. There is that potency if you can suppress someone on that side, if you can get the close defenders to be silenced from their abilities. But a map like Breeze affords you the space to get on away, and for Ghetto Artists, they needed to capitalize on that fact, but they really couldn't, since RRQ would just swoop in and as a unit absolutely decimate them. And that's one of the biggest reasons why, while it looked pretty sharp from Ghetto Artists and their execution at the start of these rounds, RRQ would just have a whole crowd to answer what GA wanted to do.
Yeah, we talked about a lot over at that KO suppress, but as you mentioned, Dax, Breeze, a really big map. You wouldn't know which corner the dagger would hit, or like if the enemy was over there hiding right behind a certain wall, right? But here on our screens, Kelly S, Baby Blue, phenomenal duelist over here. But of course, Dax, Kelly S was the shining star in this series. Something else. As much as Baby Blue was giving his best efforts to lead his team to victory, it just wasn't enough.
Kelly S was just insane in this whole map. I believe he had one of the highest headshot percentages basically here, like around 43%. But one of the biggest things he was able to do for the game is make sure that those first kills were there for RRQ. And that's the stark difference right now. While on the side of Ghetto Artists, Palua was on point with around 6 first kills to his name, it really didn't lead to much for Ghetto Artists because RRQ would have the answer. On contrast, when Kelly S gets that first kill, he usually leads it to a second. He allows the team of RRQ to go for that rotate. And it's just how these two teams are able to use that advantage in the first place for the round. So problematic right now for Ghetto Artists is what is that next step that can come their way, because RRQ was just a step ahead of the competition in this game.
And speaking of that next step that Ghetto Artists can take, as I was mentioning, they need to have those team plays. I understand that sometimes you want that aggression, you want that opening pick, you want that space created by your duelist, but sometimes, especially if you have an agent like Qeon, as Boom has shown us, you need to have that teamwork. You gotta have those flashes in order to even take that space. They were looking so great on Ascent last time when they were playing with the KO. They were able to pair those flashes with that entry and flushing out the site. But with a map as big as Breeze and a pick of theirs as well, it makes me question what they had in store or what they had in mind for RRQ.
Well, we're gonna be moving over to Split Tricks. What necessary adjustments should GA make before we head on over to that map?
Both teams are very aggressive. Both teams like to take the information. I think the changes that need to be made on GA's side is understanding how to force the opponents onto certain angles or out of certain angles to give themselves that advantage. That's under the assumption, however, that RRQ even overextends at all.
Dax, we've seen RRQ before. I guess it's a rarity of seeing them play over at Breeze to me. So it feels like it's a brand new team that I'm seeing over here. Because again, we saw them struggle in the past, but that's not the case today. Do you think RRQ will be pulling out more Breeze picks as if they're able to qualify to the group stages, will they be picking it more?
I don't think they're ever really gonna pick it, but if it goes through, now we know that they're relatively prepared for it in the first place. So it's just upping that map pool if in case that becomes a possibility, because RRQ just does not want to play Fracture. You said it before we even got into the map draft, right? It's like, no to Fracture. We will not play that. We refuse. If you have that kind of map pick, that's map ban rather, that's absolutely telegraphed, then you better be damn sure that the rest of your map pool is solid. And I think for RRQ, they were at least able to test their Breeze against a team willing to pick it against them.
Possibly because it was Ghetto Artist, I felt that RRQ was a little bit predictable on that map. So hopefully moving forward, if it comes up again, they're going to increase their repertoire on that map in terms of their positions, the strategies that they have, because when the Viper ultimate was up, I could already expect that 3 of them are going to be mid.
Absolutely. Repertoire, I like that word. You know what other thing that I actually enjoyed hearing, Dax? Can you please teach us how to properly pronounce 8th Lua's name again? I heard you mention it on the cast, but I want to hear it again.
I don't even speak the language. I was just trying to listen as adequately as possible to their regional broadcast. But 8 in Chinese, I believe, is Ba. It kind of sounds like Pa. There you go. So Pa Luau. Ba Luau. However,
Luau.
yeah. Balua rather.
Balua.
Like that. Yeah.
Balua.
It's kind of hard to get used to, but I respect their names.
Yeah, same. I would hate it. The reason why I rebranded to Likeable when a lot of people already knew me as Like a Mea was that a lot of people also knew me as Like a May.
Yeah.
So hence the rebrand. I don't like my name being butchered, and
I like your name.
Balua does not like that as well, which is why I will try my best to always say the right name this time around. Balua.
I mean, I'm just observing it. I'm not completely sure either until they say it, and I hope we get more of Get the Artist moving forward.
No, I'm just thinking, what if we got it more wrong? Like, we got it right the first time, and then we tried correcting it, and then we got even more wrong. I hope not. I really hope not. Now, from the same team, Tricks, we know that Baby Blue is a phenomenal aim duelist over here. The confidence that this guy has is noteworthy, but I do feel like there were certain rounds wherein he was being too greedy.
There were definitely rounds where I felt that he was greedy. Also rounds where I felt that the team play on Ghetto Artist could have been stepped up in terms of refragging with him. It just felt they were all peaking individually. They were relying on those individual takes, the ability to reposition, but it's difficult with a team like RRQ that is constantly on your tail.
Of course. We're going to split, Dax. This is RRQ's town. How split do you think the score will be?
If things do go in favor of the usual stats, this might be one of the fastest series that we can honestly get here in the play-ins. But Get the Artist, they have proven in the past that they are willing to change things up, and case in point, it's a bit of a adjustment here to the composition that they ran against Bleed. You still have that breach into play, but they changed up the smokes from an Omen to an Astra this time. A bit of a Hail Mary approach here for GA. If they're going to be playing in RQ's home turf, might as well bring something completely different to remove that more predictable aspect of their playstyle and see how much they can adjust with that utility. And I look at this from Etao Flow QQ. It's going to be really effective if they actually play it right. Some screed gravity wells and concusses on some sides to clear out RRQ's corners. The rest of the field with the fault lines, the aftershocks, and the flashpoints even. There's a myriad of utilities here that Get the Artist can utilize to remove RRQ from the usual nooks and crannies that they love to play in, especially against anchors like Nexi on that Cypher, right? He loves to play some of those tighter corners, surprise you out of nowhere. He might be forced earlier to fight because of what Ghetto Artist has right now.
I really hope that Ghetto Artist shows somewhat confidence or familiarity with the compositions that they're pulling here. Because yesterday they did go against Team Big Bam, and Team Big Bam tried pulling a different approach to counter Ghetto Artist, and it didn't work out for them. It showed that the familiarity wasn't there, and they really struggled a lot in that series. And unfortunately, that's what led to the demise of that team at the very end. But hopefully, at least for this map, Ghetto Artist does not suffer the same fate. Don't get me wrong, I'm still here for RRQ, homegrown Filipino talents. I'm still cheering for them. But at the end of the day, I'm always looking forward to a really good series over here. So we'll see how Split is going to turn out. Honestly, as Dax pointed out earlier, all roads point to RRQ. But GA may be pulling something up their sleeve, so we'll have to wait and see how this goes down. Ladies and gentlemen, once again on the VCT stage, it is RRQ versus Ghetto Artist.
A second map coming our way, and for Ghetto Artist, it's a tough mountain to climb, to say the least. Split has been the kingdom of RRQ, but truly the crowds have been loving Ghetto Artist, and their potency, their aggression have been the elements that may be able to topple this regime down. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second map between Ghetto Artist and RRQ. Dax here with Black and Blue yet again, and while it was quite a quick map there on Breeze, here on Splits, it's really all or nothing right now here for Ghetto Artist, my friend, because I look at Split, this is just RRQ's map pick of choice. This is going to be one of the hardest roads that Ghetto Artist will have here, but they mixed things up immensely, brought out something completely different really here for APAC, and they adjusted it even more so on a map that will define their lives.
Man, this kingdom here that they've built, RRQ on Split, hasn't been a very welcoming one. The border is not open to everybody, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon here, because they have been so good at locking things down. And with Kelly S popping off on the jet, when we really know his real home is when he is on that raise. I'm not too sure about the chances of GA here, but I'm hopeful for them that they can extend this into that third map where anything goes. For the start though, GA here, Ghetto Artist starting on that defensive side. It's only going to be Bea to try and address mid, which is something you don't see commonly for teams to be playing on the defensive side. A lot of teams like starting off with a heavy mid presence, but look at Kelly S. Look at how far he's already pushed himself. He's taking the heavens, but you have to be careful from the rounds. They're going to send him back down.
Beautiful shot there from Baloo to start things off. He's been potent with the Headhunter. Bea also using the classic versus Rabbit, but Tuga is just swinging on in anyway. Speed here for RRQ. They want to go on through anyway. Quick transition towards that B side. And it's 3v3 suddenly in this situation, but the Heaven control is still here. Forget the Artist. They were willing to give that up that mid because they were ready for the tower take anyway towards A. And this is just one thing we were talking about a while ago on Brace. Get the Artist. Can they capitalize on the first frags here for Balua? Looking likely this time as things are equalized.
That worked out so well for RQ, at least initially, but Baby Blue, great flank here from B-Main. He's parking himself like a rock, and there's nothing that RQ can do to stop him. He gets a round done in the end, 2 kills to his name. And Baby Blue is a player that they need to get going. Once he is able to start popping off in a round, then that continues on further, and the rest of the Ghetto Artists rally behind it. So once again, I was saying, it worked out well initially for RQ. They wanted to go towards mid, they wanted to go towards vent, and Kelly, yes, he pushed the pace, and that's really a big defining thing about it. When we saw them play against Bleed here, RQ, you saw that even a team like Bleed, with all the experience that they have and all, you know, the accomplishments that they've had, struggle to really shut down the pace that he can set himself up to really utilize and how much space he can gain.
Yeah, just honestly, Kelly S, it was a good call to actually push that way, but he didn't realize in time that the ramps control was heavily fortified and taken back there. Lua has been so consistent really at getting those first kills despite his struggles in the first map. He would still open it up for Ghetto Artists as much as possible. So this time, The first stroke of the brush able to turn into an element of success here for Ghetto Artist. Can they continue on though with this kind of momentum? They have the guns this time. Blue already finding 2 immediately. And make that a third, why don't you? This is the wrong person to actually push, but Rabbit making sure he runs out of bullets before he fully contests. Baby Blue right now making the trade happen. It took around 4 people to take Blue down. You can see how much respect RRQ has for the chamber at the very least. But this is a round for Ghetto Artist to just win out anyway. Draxi infiltrating. But beyond that, GA, if they keep first contact in their favor, they're going to be happy with this half.
Yeah, good round here from the Ghetto Artists to get themselves going and finally finding a real ISO to put their canvas on. Something they've struggled to even have any rhyme or reason to do so in the last map on Breeze. But Split starts out a bit different for the meantime. If they can convert a bonus here, which is very so possible in a map like Split, especially with Luau almost at his tour de force very soon, things could bode well for them in the long run. We see though the bonus, yes, pulled out, and Luau can get his tour de force as we said, and this can definitely be a third round for the Ghetto Artists. Looking to aggress early on, fault line, make sure they have complete command of that B main position, and it forces RRQ to try and take their intent here towards the B site, and rather the mid position instead.
Yeah, RRQ finally with the rifles, but struggles again on the attacking side. Are their woes here on a map like this? Look at that. How cheeky is that wall? Small little corner. If ever anyone steps in the right pixel, but Kelly, yes, yet again, last time he did this. I was surprised by the presence here of Ghetto Artist. Can consider going on to the inside, going up top, but it seems like it's more of a convergence here for RRQ instead. Nexi's already in position. You see this a lot from those Cypher-based comps that you have the Sentinel on the lurk and ready for the rotate to meet the rest of the roster. So the bulk coming in from main. Kelly S wants to be that element of surprise Trailblazer right now to try and clear out a bit of the tower take. But here we have it. Baby Blue goes down in a good opening here for RRQ. But as I say that, Ito tries to hold the line. Finally gonna get erased there by Nexi.
Only good for one. Could have found more. Unfortunate there for Itao. They do get the plant down here, RRQ, and have a firm and heavy advantage. You see the wall here, the barrier placed by Rabbit on that Sage towards CT position, towards that defender-sided spawn. Makes things even more difficult and delays even more time here on the GA side. Almost see them kind of second guessing where exactly they go. They don't continue on the screens, opting to go for this heaven control for the meantime. Maybe take ramps, but that ramp is also heavily fortified by 2 RRQ players. They're doing so much work here of delaying any potential intentions of GA. They've got a great crossfire here on the ramps as well. All Rabbit has to do is sit tight, but now the 2G is swinging wide. He lands true. Last remaining player, Luau, does get a kill, and that gives him at the very least his tour de force here now going into the 4th. But RRQ answer back and give us a decently successful anti-bonus.
First things first, I'm just surprised that Luau can still get a kill despite the odds and the peaks against him. This goes to show how sharp his aim is right now. But beyond that, a great adjustment here from RRQ. They weren't over-eager with Kelly S. They told him, Kelly S, bro, chill. We'll rotate. We got this. And from the main position, it actually allowed them to check that ramps as safely as possible. Half of that A side was for RRQs to take, and they were able to basically make sure about that fact. In this case, though, the guns are out for Ghetto Artists. Few kills a while ago, forcing RRQ to slightly reinvest. Storm now gonna get thrown on over. And forget the Artists, they weren't providing much mid-presence for the past few rounds. But now with the guns, they're ready to clash if ever.
Got more than enough to work with this time around for GA. And the heavy defense here on this mid position could pose real problems here for RRQ if they continue on this intent. They do have that... Showstopper should be up soon for Kelly S, but it's not going to be any time now that they need it. Baby Blue to kill here, but the trade on Rabbit is just a bit too sharp as Nexi. We've seen him do this over and over. Entry onto that A side, hats off the neural theft, and now they know it's completely ripe for the taking.
Yeah, tip your Cypher for that kill because he gets the intel as a bonus. Now into the corner, he will go off the streets. Surprising Bea, even Float QQ cannot handle the next level movement of Nexi. 4 in a row for the Cypher. He just annihilates that A-side defense, and RRQ able to tie things up.
Nexi, for the longest time, has been one of the best, and some would argue even the most consistently best Sentinel we have seen in the Philippine local scene, and now's the only real time he's been able to show his talent to the APAC scene here in the play-ins. And they're on pace, one map away from making it into the groups, especially off the back of his amazing performance this entire play-in stage, no matter the competition. But let's see if that continues. GA, Economy, in shambles for the moment, but luckily for them, they got Blue out. We're that tour de force. Kelly S walks idly, headlong, but gets away with it still unscathed.
A nice twist there from Kelly S in the end to avoid it. Could have been a shot to the head if he just leaped forward. And RRQ, knowing that they were just at death's door as soon as they saw that chamber. So they re-rotate towards that A site. They realize now, perhaps he has gone towards the tower instead. In case in point, they put Kelly S in position of defense. Oh, Itao, he is so close to that tripwire that RRQ might be able to chase after him. But Trailblazer, though, to sick him where he stands, already to leap on in to try and get the concuss on. The RRQ not overcommitting as of yet. They're taking full control of Heaven. They want to get the angle on the Itao. They do so. Turn on the round right now. Wall is there even, and they fortify these condominiums as much as possible. Put a lock and key and throw it away. But Baby Blue, the infiltrator himself, trying to climb up these ropes and get through the windows perhaps, but he can't get the kill. And Kelly S, how could you? Over the wall, he will go break the destruction where it stands. And RRQ yet again, it's free real estate for them to get it flawless.
Completely run on over and barrel through the GA defense in that eco round, yes, but now they got weapons once more to work with. See what else when it comes into it, but Nexi, so important how he really keeps that back of theirs in check, making sure that Baby Blue could not just idly get behind him and punish him for it. That bench position he knows, and he realizes how important that can be, especially against an anti-eco like that, for them to be able to get the flank off against the RRQ push. So now, B-main, the garage, trying to be fought on over, but the automatic entry here being shut down by Beluao, not letting Kelly S go into the night without anything coming to him. He gets away once, but not a second time around as Nexi also falls to the hands of Blue Owl.
Oh man, beautiful assist there from Float QQ. He can be Belua's wingman at any time at this rate. And RRQ walking into perhaps certain demise. Float QQ on the board, Baby Blue getting the kill. And finally, Belua, even with a third, it's just single shots, single eliminations rather, here from the side of Ghetto Artist. And I think that's where they really shine in here, Black and Blue. I'm looking at the past few rounds, right? And I'm wondering, perhaps, where are the retake utilities? Where do we get the breach value? And this is where you see it. Ghetto Artist, they want to make a play with Float QQ. They want to make a play with Itao early on to enable Beluao. And if they can get in the right position and shut down someone like Kelly S before he can even fly high, then the flights for RRQ delayed, and they don't know when the next flight is gonna be available. So that's where the biggest strength of Ghetto Artist lies. My only problem right now is, will they have the right understanding of the round on when to hold it down, when to keep those utilities, and when to actually unleash it? Because that worked out for Ghetto Artist. It was incredible. That 4-man flash from Float QQ, giving Beluao even another kill. That is just stellar. But RRQ, many a time, they're given the situation and the advantage because the Vents isn't getting hammered on, Nexi isn't really getting pushed at the right time, and the re-rotation for RRQ has allowed them some success here in Attack 2.
And that's what they have to continue on, Dax. You fight with utility first before your guns. And a lot of times it goes the opposite way for a team like Ghetto Artists. Even though they're very mechanically capable of doing so, a lot of times they like to contact first, dryly, and then they maybe throw a flash out afterwards. But in that case, you do the opposite, and it works to great effect. Properly timed as well, and they had a good read on where that push from RQ was coming on. Look at that push in there, that's what we're talking about. See, Baby Blue walks out. There was a flash, but it was also not as well timed as it could have been. Ital shuts Kelly S down, who finds himself a lot overextended without the rest of his team. He is kind of that big aggro ball to pull all the attention, but 2GE make sure that they have another way to entry into that Alpha site. Still, 4v3 heavily in their favor, but not for long as FloatQQ finds Draxi waiting in the wings.
Yeah, don't forget how potent Ghetto Artist is. Sure, the play doesn't work, but they can still scramble anyway towards the site. And this isn't really the most powerful position right now for RRQ. They're all on site right now, trying to support perhaps the angles that where GA are gonna come from, especially with the wall in the way. But GA, they're prepared perhaps to go for more of that contact. FloatQQ does go for the flash play because he's running out of utilities. But yeah, though, with a find on the Rabbit 2, finding FloatQQ in response. And it's 2v2 now. Really, the train station is controlled here by RRQ, the Resurrection, to give a second chance. And the Rolling Thunder is now available. Here we have the push though. FloatQQ just going after 2G anyway after the shorty surprise. And Ghetto Artist looking for the defuse. They should be able to make it here. 4-3 right now. And the defense takes the lead back when RRQ put themselves in a corner they couldn't get out of.
Great round there from GA. Their initial intent, their initial ambitious play there towards mid doesn't work out. Flashing Baby Blue through. In the end, they're able to win in that scramble, as you talked about, Dax. Getting some picks off, like there with Draxi just idly crossing by, assuming it was safe, even though they knew that screens wasn't smoked off. Gave them a small window of opportunity to utilize just enough to get the round back. But Showstopper, Trailblazer, rather, the Seekers here, and everything, almost everything else, really, Ultimates on the side of RRQ, online for them to use, but the Rolling Thunder and Cosmic Divide to try and split up and really hamper the push of RRQ are also available for GA. So while they might not have the same quantity of Ultimates online, they've got hell of a quality of the ones that actually are.
And speaking of that Rolling Thunder and Cosmic Divide, it just coincides with what happened in that last round. If they can control RRQ from basically the map control that RRQ is looking for, if they can prevent that tower, that A heaven position, as well as the screens from going into the RRQ hands, then Ghetto Artist has such a potent force and composition to deal with on-site defenders. And here we have it now. Baby Blue looking to make it happen. Guiding Light, though, in his face, doesn't really pop in front of him, so he has the clear sight. Anyway, some FloatQQ not done. He's been the helping hand, but right now he's the one who slaps a one away. Rabbit now is absolutely skinned. 2G though, finding Baby Blue in response. Showstopper doesn't get enough damage done, does get the kill, and it's FloatQQ with the find of Kelly S instead. Ghetto Artist finding those that they need. FloatQQ even with the third, and his potential looking limitless right now. Limited though by 2G and Draxi, and RRQ in a mad scramble there towards B site. They will find the sanity and the order to win out the round.
These are just completely mixed rounds we're seeing. Complete scrambles. Just mosh pits of chaos. When we saw Blue just be able to dodge that rendezvous away from the Showstopper and the pick going in the favor of GA. FloatQQ finding through. I thought that could have been the round already for GA, but RRQ still finds some way to lock it down, looking right where they need to, when they need to, and getting the job done. Economy here from GA can force up one more buy, but that's not going to be true if they lose another one.
Yeah, we'll see though. Tied up scoreline now, and RRQ, oh, huge pick off by Baby Blue. This time works out for them. I believe that was also a fault line by around the spawn area, and you know, if Ghetto Artist can get away with that kind of first kill scenario, then they're happy to just retreat if ever. Resurrection though, second chance towards Kelly S. One thing RRQ had in the bag, but I'm really liking the gusto really and the initiative of Ghetto Artist to anticipate or even overcome the initial push of Kelly S as much as possible. They know Kelly S is here to make a lot of space for RRQ. They want to make that play as soon as possible. And RRQ now forced to play in a slower speed, actually. It's interesting that they still have that fence control, trying to see if anyone's going to come through from the tower. But B site is the true target. Rabbit already with the wall. They'll allow perhaps a transition here.
That also helps condition them to not make sure that flank's coming, but Baby Blue finds a kill here on top of the heaven. Quickly traded out though, but that signals the alarm bells to pull the rotation as Lua and Bea shutting down any attempt here from RRQ to make it onto the side. Draxi, the sole response from RRQ, but it's not loud enough nor concise enough for them to understand or even care about. GA take a round when they really could have been earlier. Still though, they burned that res. Good round here from GA. Their economy continuing on. It's RRQ who are now starting to struggle on this attacking side, but they're keeping things close. That contact being made there by Baby Blue, for him to be winning those fights, those are rounds he needs to win, and for Kelly has to die to him twice. That could shake up his confidence moving forward.
So apparently there was no need of her. The song was just like, okay, peek, get the shot, cool, call it a day. But beyond that, you can see here for Ghetto Artists that they're not gonna be too psyched out, but Baby Blue psyching out the competition. Alco breaker there over to Kelly S, hits the headshot anyway. And the first kill yet again, so paramount to the success of Ghetto Artists. Case in point, RRQ forced to slow down yet again on the speed that they want to play. And it has become problematic for RRQ losing Kelly S early because they're not able to garner the right intel to push as much as they want. They are not able to imply enough presence. And when they even went for the resurrection play in that last round, because RRQ already telegraphed their intentions towards B site, the whole close ambition of Baby Blue, giving really a chance for Ghetto Artists to catch RRQ while they try to make the entries work. But this time, Nexy is the one who plays the entry here towards his A side. Etao will fall, but this is just too ambitious for RRQ. Float QQ, the element in his favor, sees the TP. That's already 2, but Nexy getting a backstab on anyway towards the elbow of that backside. 3v2 now as Ghetto Artist has the man advantage. Quick little drop down. Oh, Nexy is not done. 3 for Nexy, but Bea will get the 2 to his name and the 2 in his sights. 6-4, Ghetto Artists showing up when they need to the most here on this defense.
Nexy doing the best he can to try and wade through those muddy waters on the A side. The Rolling Thunder came, but was able to brave the storm for the most part. But then came in Bea, the backup, the retaliation, that second wave of the reinforcement from GA was too much for them to handle in the 3v2. There has been a great adjustment here I'm seeing from GA on the defensive side, where they realized that RRQ loved to send Kelly S early on very deep, and so they've been playing these mix-up kind of positions to catch him off guard, because they know, okay, he hasn't checked this part last time, I was playing this spot last time, let's switch things up, knowing that if they play these committed positions early but still have a disengage, a back-off tool like the Tailwind or the Rendezvous might be, then they can get away with a free kill on Kelly S, who's giving himself up. And now that they've stopped that, it also slows down the pace that RRQ want to play with. Here comes a pull, the gravity well. You can't escape gravity. It's a universal constant, and so is Vital.
It's a reality that you can't get the hell out away from. And while RRQ have made it towards the side, Ghetto Artists left that door open for them, and the Astra's the one who shuts it all down. 3 for Etao anyway! The last wave from Draxi to take him down. Baby Blue, though, flying on high. Rabbit right now absolutely cornered, and this hole is not even one he can call home. 7-4, the adjustments from Ghetto Artists just keep getting better and better. And you made a great point there, Black and Blue, because they have that jet over that raise, they can get away with those kind of kills because of that chamber as well. But let's not forget that there are also possibilities for assistance and similar playmaking with the Astra and the Breach. And Etao there proving his worth with a stellar gravity well as soon as he lets Kelly S by. Just a great hold back approach there from Ghetto Artists, proving that they have more dimensions to their play, and this is why they're building up quite a substantial lead, honestly. Even though the split is a defending side of the map, this is already looking good for Ghetto Artists compared especially to that first map.
And they have so many ways to slow down that pace of RRQ here, now that they're in the defense still. With those slow orbs, with, you know, the fault line, especially the Astra, those stars, Concussed, especially Gravity Well, could propose big problems for the rest of RRQ. Even if Kelly S blows past them, they're going to have a hard time to follow up on his positioning because of all the slows that they have, all the concussions, all the soft and hard CCs they've got here. Kelly S, well, the entry up with that paint shell, nade out, and a flash as well to try and keep him at bay. Gravity Well burned. Now they burn the utility on the defensive side here of GA, and that does bode well things for them, but the slow orb here will confirm, rather will slow down what they wanted to do. As they go up to the elevators, they open up the doors, but greeting them not a warm welcome. Itao only good for one, but Faye has got a huge job to do here. He has to stay alive. He's got a res to use further in the round. Picks up an operator. I'm not too sure if that's the best idea. He's going to be pincered. He is trying to escape this for the meantime, but luckily for him, here comes the back on up. If they're able to retake that heaven control, they can get the res back up on Itao.
Yeah, they threw it away, though, and it's all about rifles now. Blade Storm, though, might be the burst that Ghetto Artist needs. And even bigger for Balua yet again. Allows the space to happen for the resurrection. Big advantage now here for Ghetto Artist. They have the high ground, and they are ready to show you their true power. Here we have it, though. Rabbit 2 get on the board. Itao Balua with the trade to make it 2. Whoa! That's it for Itao. He gets a third anyway. Stopping my sentence in its tracks. And stopping RRQ to that 4-round scoreline. 8-4. Ghetto Artists have done it again. The recovery here in the latter half of this first half has been stellar here for Ghetto Artists to keep them in contention.
A great rally back for a good cause here from Ghetto Artists. 4 rounds straight to close off that half. Quite a commanding fashion. Still though, not too far out of reach for RRQ. But the rest here of the Ghetto Artists finally getting themselves going late in that round, and that they needed to here on the defensive side, because you look at their attacking side when we see GA play on split in the past, and hasn't always been the most fortunate for them. 33% win rate compared to the 50 that we see on their defensive side, and so RRQ have still a real chance, especially now that they're on the defense, and they are one of the best teams that we've seen in their local scene, really, when it comes to that split defense. So there's a lot for them to work for, but maybe arguably not as much stopping and delaying power aside from that slow orb and well, the tripwire as compared to what GA have got. But they can still be used in very creative ways here on the defense to make sure that the initial entries from a player like Baby Blue are going to be hampered.
Speaking of entries, though, you can see how denied Kelly S is on that scoreboard. He's died many a time in this game, to say the least. I know he hasn't died every single round because there were some resurrections, but beyond that, it's crazy to think how Ghetto Artist is just able to complement the advantage that they have with the Jet and the Chamber to get the hell out of Dodge, if ever, by really this adjustment over onto the Astra. Itao has been a force to be reckoned with. Float QQ has been complementary to the ambitions, really, of Luau and Baby Blue. And it's quite a well-oiled machine there on Ghetto Artist's defense. But I have to agree with you here, Black and Blue. RRQ, absolutely renowned for their defensive side on splits. And not only that, we've seen the scoreline before. Last time RRQ was playing here on this map against Bleed. Same thing, 8-4. And they still won it out anyway. Ghetto Artists, though, they have a myriad of utilities, all the possibilities in the world to flush out corners, if ever, between the Breach and the Astra. We'll see if that can come into effect as we now get into the next half. This is exciting, though. Great to see Ghetto Artists shake off what happened in that Braze map and look even more competitive now.
See if it does continue on here, Dax. It'd be a big struggle for either side, but round continuing on. Attacking side this time is the GA, and as you saw, as you said, RRQ have come back from this exact scoreline just a day ago. It came to them playing versus Bleed. Baby Blue leading the charge, not really the charge, but a crawl. Small steps to try and take this site. Oh, they made noise. Now I think there has to be information. And Nexi, he loves using this camera. We've seen this for him to apply this camera quite often, actually, in the local scene. And he's been very proficient at playing off of that, this exact setup that they've got to use. Boombot out just to make sure there isn't any dust hiding in the seams, but that they do find. And so they know they have to call up the cleaners right now, because here comes the dirt being thrown in the face. RRQ, though, they shut down Baby Blue's initial push. Kelly, yes, has a good position here to try and shake things up. He can time his peak perfectly. This could go completely problematic for GA, and that it does, because Nexi, you called it out on the flank immediately. That's your teammate, bud. But Itao has got something to say. 1v3. It's on the Blue. He does get an opening kill, but he's been taken down to 21 HP. I'm not too sure that even though he's past the legal limit, he's going to be able to take this one in his hands. He's got the law on his side, maybe. But only with 2 bullets, even this headhunter of his might not be enough.
2 bullets, 2 names. Let's see if he can get this bounty list on the board. Misses the first shot. Has to go for the classic instead. RRQ claiming the timer perfectly. and just stop and watch what happens there as 2GIF finds Luo. Anyway, 8-5 now, RRQ making the hold work. And this is just only a sample of what RRQ can do on the defense. Well played though by Nexi again. He knew that Kelly S was getting pushed, but since there was that Ashes Smoke to use in the first place, Kelly S going over to the vents, getting covered there. And while that happens, Nexi pushing into main, able to backstab Ghetto artists who were just basically looking forward to make it to the site. If this can be more omnidirectional here for RRQ, they might be able to take advantage of the flanks that Ghetto artists aren't really able to cover. And this might be problematic because you compare it to RRQ, who had that Cypher, preventing really many an expedition with the tripwires. Only a single trademark there for the chamber, and usually the wall is used for cover with the Sage rather than covering their behind. So if really these angles here for opportunities for RRQ can be taken, then that might be their chance coming into this half.
An opportunity here. Do you have that star placed towards the male, and they send a very deep message here to RRQ if they're able to take this round against their buy. The eco still be converted. Flashes out. Pace really slowing down here. But the peek from Lua does get found. He has to rendezvous back into safety, but the damage has been done. Bay's going to follow suit as well. Paranoia out, and they're all going to be anxious. Draxi taking him down with them. Not going down without the fight, and Kelly S finds that kill. The last one should go to 2G's favor, and that it does. Easy for him to say and do at the end. RRQ, they convert that anti-eco, but now we've got guns here on the PA side. They were so close to winning that pistol. They could very well start to take off right here, right now.
First things first, seems like the hot pot of tea has been pretty brewed in the split map, to say the least. With RRQ, if they can force out the initial peaks from Ghetto artists and the kills don't really occur for Ghetto artists, there's a perfect chance for them to cascade on over. A while ago on Breeze, map control with those open sightlines, a lot easier to really visualize for RRQ. This time, really corners and chambers that Ghetto artists can come out from. And it's a little bit risky, really, to say the least, for RRQ to try and get that kind of intel compared to that first map. But they do have the Spectres this time. Bonus round here for RRQ, so they can be ambitious on the close quarters if ever.
Dax, I didn't pick up anything you said, because after you said hot pot, that's all my mind attached to.
Oh, you want? After this? But you...
Oh, what?
Oh, what?
What?
Oh, okay.
That's a mixed pot.
He probably high-fived Draxi there real quick, and he was like, wait, that's not my teammate.
Gave
I'm
him
out.
a peck on the cheek.
Just a little smooch there out of nowhere. Maybe a kiss of death that he wants to...
Yes. He's marking him for later.
Exactly. Maybe he does extra damage.
Oh.
just hunting his soul down. But yeah, RRQ, they're willing to do this. They're willing to push it. And because of all the presence they showed towards that B site here, man, now it's do or die time versus Nexi. We've seen him anchor down these sites before. He's playing for the ramps here, waiting for someone to come. Kelly has his reinforcements, and they're going to be looking to let Ghetto artists in and see what they can get out of this one.
Kelly has played this position the last time around. It worked to great effect on that pistol round. But now Nexi trying to find him out in the vents, and that he does. Catching him among them, among us. Nexi. Great opening pick, and this makes their post plan much more difficult. Yes, the Spectres is what they got, but they picked that the Phantom up. It's in the hands of Kelly, yes. Draxi, merely a ghost, but Tao has a great position here in the plant box. He has to find some way to grow past this, though. Otherwise, he could be caught out in the corner. Now they know where he is. All they have to do is spam his position through the smoke, and that he does with the mere ghost. Draxi creates one out of him. Kelly, yes, on the frag, but they're going for the trades. One by one, they fall down. Baby Lulu trying to fight back, and that he does as well. 1v2 situation does have Phantom in his hands, has to swing wide and swing true, but commits to the fight, and Kelly, yes, makes sure that that is his last. 8-7, RRQ convert the anti-bonus.
RRQ, just 3 in a row right now, and ridiculous that they're able to hold on to the boom bot for that long, and just because Kelly has still had that, it immediately forced Baby Blue to have to swing onto the wider angle on the more open side, and this was just packed and parceled, in all honesty. Despite them not catching out below, it made Ghetto Artist go towards that A side, and we know how strong it is with the camera setup from Nexi, especially with how Kelly's is able to reinforce. And we've seen here for RRQ that they're happy to utilize Ghetto Artist's smoke against them because they have the Astro Smoke there for concealment to make it towards the site. Doesn't really matter though too much for RRQ because they focus down on whoever's trying to come from ramps, whoever's coming from the vents instead, and they're happy to play retake from that position, and it has been working for them so far.
Will it continue to work is the question, Dax. The adjustments here could be made from the Ghetto Artists to really make sure that they're not giving them the same brush, the same stroke over and over. Maybe even switching to a different type of paint. If the oil isn't working, sometimes you just stick with watercolor, and it might just be the simpler stuff, but the more effective thing at the end of things. And
I use crayons.
I use chalk.
Just what? The color white and the color yellow is the usual chalks, right?
The usual chalks. I mean,
I just use sawdust.
Oh.
I can't afford chalk.
Nice salt. Throw salt on the wall and let it stick. You know, some art attack stuff.
Haven't seen that in so long.
I know. I haven't even heard of it.
I know they revived it for a while, but
it ain't the same.
It ain't the same.
It's like Blue's Clues without Steve. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it ain't the same. Steve got pretty crazy though. He's like a hardcore musician now.
Oh really?
Yeah. He was like,
living the life.
And he's bald too. But anyway, RRQ, they're looking to be bold here with this defense yet again. Ghetto Artist trying to find some place to call home here at B Heaven. Problematic though because Rabbits and Kelly S getting prepared for that crossfire. A nice smoke though. Sus out basically Kelly S, but here we have it now. Paint Shell's gonna get thrown on over. Kelly S blowing up Bea anyway. The fireworks on the inside. That's why that's illegal, sir. Tuga Rabbit on the board and Tuga getting two anyway. Blue out, the only one left away from the rest of the roster. But this is RRQ's home, and they are just kicking out whoever wants to try and buy a timeshare in it. Can they do the same versus Valuao? Has the Headhunter. Tuga willing to challenge anyway. A few peeks, gets the intel, double swing, TP on out. But with 10 HP, the hunt is on here, my friend.
Fortunately, he's a prey. Draxi munching on him in the end. 8-8, and RRQ string 4 rounds back. When GA ended their opening half with 4, RQ says, here's 4, but potentially even one more. The gun's now finally out here for GA. The paint job perfectly connecting there on Bay. Was trying to escape. They knew it was coming, but couldn't really do anything about it. Still inevitable he is. So is this RRQ comeback. Inevitably has come. You've tied things up, equilibrium established and really taken, but who will take off from here?
And they brought it back to a tight scoreline, and this is just how RRQ is able to manipulate the actions of the opposition on a map like this. They let players in places they want to go on, and what did we just see from Rabbits? Up and down.
How's that even
like
work?
A different... Okay, so this is how it works, right? You're climbing the rope with one hand, and you probably have like the gun taped on your shoulder, and then your other hand is just ready to... Yeah, it's kind of hard, isn't it? How does he do that? Like, I'm not trying to think about if you can shoulder mount your gun. Perhaps there's like a button in your hand and then it shoots, but
I mean,
okay.
Unless you were holding a full assault rifle, like
Look,
gangsta
Valorant
style,
logic.
You know?
Valorant logic.
It all works in the end. I mean, they got mystical
works.
powers. This is the least of their problems, right? Chamber
Precision.
can conduct one out of his hands.
Yeah, it's something we like to call in the business called precise gunplay, and
it's what I like to call the rule of cool.
True. Yes. You've been reading some TV tropes today, haven't you?
As long as it's as long as we're not jumping the shark here, then there shouldn't be too many problems. But crawling up towards his heaven position, I'm not too sure if there's enough clouds to make sure that intent is hidden though. Rez comes up online in Baby Blue. They need him, and they do have the space to make it work. Wall will give them some safety, but Rabbit once again, cheeky angle. Good for one, could find a second, but no, on the swing. Baby Blue make sure he finds his vengeance on, and Draxi not be able to find one close to Q. Walks out in the right time, and the flank will go down for the Ghetto Artists. The post here, retake coming from RQ now.
Yeah, Ghetto Artists, they were pretty streamlined there in the first place. Sure, they lost one against Rabbit, but beyond that, they're already go for the trade. The big opening towards the garage as well. But Kelly S opens things up for possibilities here for RRQ anyway. 1v3 scenario though, all alone. Except with his bazooka. Showstopper though doesn't actually secure the kill, and Bea is waiting. He brought life to one side on Baby Blue. Had to take it from the others of RRQ. 9-8. Ghetto Artist refusing to give the lead up to RRQ, and I think for RRQ they were a little too committed on this position. Now sure, it can get a cheeky kill, but if you're not gonna be looking to help that out enough, then that's just gonna be a 1-for-1 trade. And case in point, since Draxi was watching towards garage rather than perhaps reinforcing the heaven position, RRQ just get completely overrun, and Ghetto Artists, they can still be potent at the moment's notice. Bladestorm's there too. Let's see what Baby Blue has in store for us.
Yeah, totally. If Draxi was maybe there closer towards the default or pillar, it could have swung and traded out immediately for Rabbit, and that would have given them even much more advantageous positioning in man count in the long run. But bygones be bygones, hindsight is 2020, and there's no bugs here for us to repel anyway. So moving on forward, Baby Blue, he's got the blades on up, trying to slice his way into this B site, but carefully, not too hastily, knows that if he hacks at it, it could have even worse results in the end. Float QQ, the only player to be addressing this B main, and they can't have him late lurk into this when you're in the breach. If he goes down early, that could pose big problems with the attack here that GR trying to set up on this Bravo site. Now Baby Blue has gotten himself very far deep. They've taken that heaven position, but their insistence here to still hold on to the garage is going to work out in the end. Draxi finds Float QQ, and to lose him early, that makes their push on the B side much more problematic now here. Dax 2GE gets another kill, and things are crumbling on this opening entry from the GA side.
This is such a good position, honestly, for RRQ. A wall, though, to get in the way, able to isolate Tugan now, but they break through the barriers anyway, and Rabbit spawning 2 into this one. Draxi there at the very end to wrap up the round, but RRQ, Sublime in the position and Sublime on the defense. You have to realize how essential that garage take was for RRQ to prevent the Ghetto Artist execute. Because look at how awkward this was timed for Float QQ. He knew there was presence there, but since RRQ didn't give it up whatsoever, he couldn't help out the rest of the roster with his utility. And from that point on, without that breach util, with RRQ having that position right behind the big pillar, basically, they had the whole west side of that site in their favor. And despite the wall there, a good try really by Bea to isolate one member, the numbers piled in favor of RRQ, and now the bodies piling on the side of Ghetto Artist. 2 down immediately. Your usual towers here, the ones to be the landmarks for the squad. Beluo and Baby Blue both down for the count. No resurrection also going to be available, and before Ghetto Artists can even get started, they are stopped at step 1.
I see a lot of great hesitation steps coming in here from players like RRQ, from players on the RRQ side. They're like Rabbit and Kelly S. Those jiggles to make sure they have proper information, and connects all crumbling down here on the GA side. Complete pouring. The storm cannot be weathered by the Ghetto Artists, and they are looking completely dry right now. The paint has already seeded on them. They just look so lost on what to do as of the moment.
We saw it a while ago there on the Braze map, and did Kellyus just throw it at his head? Wait a minute, did he actually hit a headshot before the headshot?
He booped him.
He booped it, he's like, oh, that has to hurt. And then
he was marking it. I'ma shoot you right here.
Oh, it's like 8-ball, right? You have to say where the 8-ball is gonna be at the end. He was playing that game of pool, and well, this break in the economy of Ghetto Art is going to be hurting their chances even more so. The RRQ defense, yet again, looking ironclad, and here comes Kelly. Yes, he's just such... Oh my dick with the Phantom. Angels are there to flush him out and truly throw a plumber here in, because the league is basically being suppressed by Kelly S. We're not done. This whole sewage system is being watched by the man, the myth, the legend himself. 5 versus 1. Float QQ, Sheriff, and a dream of a better tomorrow. But this RRQ defense has truly been their biggest strength as soon as they stepped on the VCT stage. And they are continuing on as they are 2 rounds away from getting to the group stage.
My goodness. RRQ. Impressive performance here so far. They always looked so capable of making it out of this group, but ever more so now that they've proven it here. Looking to be in 2 rounds, possibly, like all 3 Philippine teams will make it into that group stage for their sake. Fortunately here for the Ghetto artists, well, the number is not looking too well for them, but they have a gun round, potentially their final gun round for them to pull out. But this is crucial. They lose this round, one could argue they lose the game, they lose the series, they lose their run here in the play-ins in the last stage of VCT APAC. But Spilua, it's not going to go down too easily, too idly. Kelly, yes, shuts him down though, only good for 1. Gets a flank here with a showstopper, and Rabbit holding things down. This is going to be so much more difficult for FloatQQ to try and levitate up into that rafters. Kelly, yes, gets a kill on Baby Blue. Things are looking so dire now.
Yeah, not the colors that Ghetto artist wants on this canvas, and it's RRQ instead getting that gold paint in absolute buckets. They do break the wall though, and back for mid control, but Kelly is unrelenting this time though! His hubris has been punished. Perhaps for RRQ, they cannot afford the overheat anyway. You know he's been feeling it, and right now Draxi felt the presence of one descending down to his own lair. 3v2 crossfire though is set, but Ita breaking at least a side of it. Resurrection now online, 2 get brought back to life. Here comes Bea, and down he goes. Rabbit making a beacon happen towards the tower, and it just baits in the opposing stage. This is it. Match points for RRQ, or truly, as we can say it, group stage points if they want to make it to the second week.
Looking so dire right now here for the Ghetto artists, Dax. You see that a lot of times they have great initial ideas on what to do, but once it starts to go south, once things start not to work, it's just vacuous decision after this ill-advised proposition over and over. Looking despondent and lugubrious right now, the GA squad is. Let's see how exactly they're going to pull this one on back. 3 rounds they need. Not a single judge we've seen all game, considering it's split.
Yeah, well, that's for like League Esports and those kind of squads. We're getting something a little bit different, but you mentioned it. Really forget the artists. They have some of the most amazing initial kind of plays, and a good book can only be completed basically a good start, a good middle, and a good finish. We'll see though if Ghetto artists can just make the run of the century and come on back anyway. RRQ back towards the garage though. Ghetto artists able to get his sights, but this is the problem. Anyone who has been left behind will be forgotten. Itao already erased from existence. 5v4 scenario, high ground being taken, and RRQ just looking to truly show their royalty here in this play-in group. They were brought down to lower brackets, but right now they're looking for ascension. They are the only one left here for Ghetto artists. Brings Lua back to life, perhaps a second win here, but Draxi's just defusing anyway. The fight is over before it can truly conclude. The last page ripped away. It's RRQ instead who writes the ending right here, right now. 2-0 into the series. An amazing effort for Ghetto artists to fight in the domain of RRQ. But in the end, this is the kingdom. And, well, you can see that these kings are happy to be intimate with one another, to say the least.
Well, they continue their reign into the group stages. All 3 Philippine teams will be present when we go into the APAC group stages next week. And for RRQ, first time coming, but not the last time done just yet. They continue to fight on. And what a great show we saw from both of these teams. Unfortunately, for the Ghetto artists, Dax, this is the final page of their book here in the APAC Play-ins. They will be going down with a great bow and just really still have proven individually that they are players to look out for. Bilua has impressed me incredibly throughout this entire series. Baby Blue as well. I mean, we knew that players like FloatQQ and Itao, what they bring to the table, but those 2 aforementioned players like Bilua really impressed me here so far. I'm hoping to see ever more things, ever greater things from these players.
You know, it's a spec really of what I'd say Chinese Valorant can have as well. Great to see that integrated with the HK Taiwan side, and who knows what the future will hold, especially when we get even more players there from that region to that global stage. But we're gonna be going on a break, guys, and when we return, panel gonna break down everything that's happened, and of course we're really looking to summarize what has gone and been beyond here in the play-in. Stacks here with Black and Blue signing out with the casting side. We'll see you guys for more though of VCT APAC in just a bit.
I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow. Why you still testing? Patience, trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made. It's time that you face it. So tell me, why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey. I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh.
What a way to end the play-ins. I felt the intensity, I felt the emotions. Every single round was just nail-biting, and we're so lucky to have front row seats over here. Welcome once again to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Likeable, Dax, and Trix greeting you guys one last time over here at the play-ins. Rex, Regum, Qeon shut down Ghetto Artists' aspirations to make it further into VCT. I love this series. Not just because I was looking forward to RRQ making it into the group stage, but the way it went, like the way Trix said it earlier, it was a game, it was a battle of attrition between these two. Plus, Trix, I cannot be the only one that loved seeing Kelly S on that raise.
I always love seeing Kelly S on that raise. Just the way that he's able to open up the space, get the utilities out, get those frags as well paired with the sky flashes. It was wonderful to see. I loved how RRQ played, and I liked seeing Nexi on that anchor.
Hey, Nexi, I'm pretty sure Dax has a lot of opinions when it comes to Nexi. Come on, Dax, let it all out.
I love Nexi. He's my boy.
Period.
Can that be my whole statement? Can that be done for the day? But no, in all honesty, you can see really how they're able to just manipulate how much Ghetto Artist is pushing, especially towards that A side, with how he has been so stable on the setup, whether he opens things up there towards A on the attacking side, or he just holds it down alongside Kelly S on the defense. Nexi has truly proven to be one of the strongest anchors that you can have here in the play-ins, and I wonder if he can keep that performance going into the group stage. And really, RRQ, this was a performance, especially in that first map, wherein they were able to really show how strong they could be in terms of grouping up, in terms of getting the chain of kills in their way. And here in the second, while there were the similar struggles on the attacking side, the defense is just so insurmountable by this point. Ghetto Artist only got a single round in that second half, when RRQ just took 9 there and decided to get that win anyway.
Speaking of that single round that Dax was eloquently pointing out, I was thinking this when I watched it. The single round that they picked up was actually the only round I've seen people break the utility of Cypher on A side. They got rid of the camera, they got rid of the vent split wire, and that split the attention of RRQ. And I've said it time and time again on this panel, if people want to deal with RRQ's split, they have to get rid of Cypher's utility. Just because you know where it is doesn't mean to avoid it. Because you're avoiding it, they're stacking on the other side. So I would love to see more teams utilize the fact that they can find Cypher's utilities and they can break it. Because his utilities give them that early information on where they're moving.
So Trix is basically giving you guys the cheat code to when you're gonna go up against a team like RRQ, watch out for the Cypher and take out the utilities as fast as you can, just so you guys can have that advantage, get that space in. That's what you really need, especially on a map like Split. Now, Trix, on the contrary, GA did pretty well as defenders over here. So what was it about this team that just was able to get them those points in as defenders?
On the defender side, we could see that GA wasn't over-aggressing. They were pulling back a bit. You know, there was constantly that space made from Kelly S. And early on, Kelly S was just getting away with it. As we see, he is the MVP of the series. And in turn, GA, realizing this, had to pull back because Kelly S kept getting vents. He kept taking the information in mid. The one round I saw that really spoke to that fact is when GA got that pick on Kelly S, he got resurrected, and they didn't even contest it, knowing that the stage was going to have the res on him.
Yes, Kelly S, amazing performance over here. 241 ACS, 18 kills, 1.2 KD. Like all of these stats, you know, they're numbers at the end of the day. But once you guys witness like the series highlights that we did have earlier, you would know how much of a phenomenal player Kelly S really is. Now, Dax, I want to reiterate again. It was 8-4 into the half, but you were saying that RRQ really thrives over here as defenders.
I mean, come on, we saw it happen against Bleed, and history basically repeating itself by this point. It's just unfortunate because Ghetto Artists, they have this sharpness, like I'd like to say it, right, in terms of the executes, but really, they have been read by RRQ. They have been studied, and with the amount of utilities to help them out even more so, it got to the point where it looked to be an open door for Ghetto Artists, and suddenly RRQ is there with the snare and just chains them up where they stand. When you'd see for Ghetto Artists that they weren't really able to keep the amount of members they had going into the first place, and their flanks not really as covered as they would have liked, then that was where RRQ would pick them apart one by one, because it wasn't RRQ basically fully dueling against Ghetto Artists. They had to, in this whole series, manipulate the micro actions and the micro battles in their favor, because they knew, and we knew, as soon as we would have basically a 50-50 where it's just clear sightlines, players like Baluao and Baby Blue would destroy you where they stand. And it really was RRQ preventing their complete collapse after the first kills that Ghetto Artists would get to keep them in a good position in the series.
And that is what RRQ really needed to do to secure this win. After all, this was the do or die series. sure they may not have, for example, if they did not get split, they still had a decider map, which was Icebox. But hey, they didn't want to go to that risk. They knew that they had the upper hand here on split, and they made sure that they used their strengths. They displayed it all over here, and they just showed the dominant side of their defender over here on split. And again, that is where the play-ins is going to be ending. Let's have a quick recap of how the series went down today so that we can fully understand where these players are coming from and how they're going to be proceeding. Now again, we did have that Boom Esports versus Cerberus Esports. Then we just witnessed, it was Regum Qeon versus Ghetto Artist. Boom Esports and RRQ proceeding to the group stages. We'll get the full picture as we proceed to the brackets in just a bit, but my god, this is a complete contrast of how things went down yesterday. 2-0. Maybe this is a testament wherein the teams out here are getting more comfortable, or perhaps, how should I say this? They're really doing their research. They're having more information because of the previous series that went down, and therefore, this is why the series are getting shorter and shorter, because they're getting more comfortable, they're getting familiarized with all of the other teams out there, so they come in ready. But looking at here, Dax, it's the Group A play-in, so I know that you're fairly new here to the panel. Was there any team that caught you off guard here at Group A?
In truth be told, Fashion, Enigma Gaming had to be the biggest surprise there. South Asia, they have shown their struggles against SEA, but Enigma proved that they can push it to the limit, and perhaps another timeline, Enigma could have gotten those series against Myth, against Cerberus Esports, but in the end, I believe the conclusion is pretty clear-cut, and for me, these are the expected results. Myth and Boom Esports are some of the titans, really, of the SEA scene. It was quite a surprise to see them both into the play-ins, but now that they go back to perhaps some of the standards they've had here, my hat tips off a little bit more on the Myth side. They were completely tested by Enigma, but then coming into the Boom series after shaking off kind of shaky performance, to say the least, in one of the maps against Booms, the last two that Myth were able to play convincing, and let's see if they can keep that standard moving towards the group stage.
Of course, that's something that we'll have to wait and see over here, but moving on to the Group B play-in, Strix, your favorite team from Group B is not gonna make it. So who is the next team you're looking forward to support?
Obviously RRQ. I love seeing the way RRQ plays. I like seeing the way Bleed plays as well. I think in terms of this play-in, I am a little concerned for RRQ's performance. I know they've done well against Bleed. I know that they can be better, but I just find that in terms of where they're going to go after the play-ins, I'm worried on how they will perform against other teams, because I find that RRQ, although brilliant in times, definitely have that predictability to them, and I'm uncertain if they will resolve that after their match with Bleed.
Truth be told, though, you compare also Group A and then one of the reps here in Group B, Bleed Esports, that's a name that's absolutely expected to make it to the group stage. The kind of surprises that we saw end up being the third seed for some of the regions, making it back to where their standards do lie in the first place. So congratulations to everyone who's made it, and it really just goes to show that this play-ins was just so tightly contested, not because only of the fact that we had some big-time names all the way down here, but also just how much the other squads were able to push them to the limit. This was the only day, guys, that we had full 2-0s. All of the other days had so many 2-1s that went the distance.
Dax, now that you mentioned that, I mean, obviously, it's the panel who felt the longest days over here. We start off the day, we watch all of the series out here, and we get to end the series too. But with the presentation of the brackets being said and done, we can officially welcome the teams that will be moving forward to our group stages. So we'd like to congratulate Made in Thailand, Boom Esports, Bleed Esports, and Regum Qeon. We don't know what the future will hold for you guys, so you guys better fasten your seatbelts. Once again, Boom doing Boom things, Kings doing King things. That's basically how this day went. Luckily for us, no Ray curse today. So paneling you guys has been smooth sailing, and again on the panel, it has been likable, Dax, and Trix. This has been the play-ins of VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. See you guys on the group stage.
Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifting our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way it uplifts. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth to rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. Full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong, stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to be the hard, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to be the hard, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, I came from the bottom to top. Taking the finest, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, it's easy, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to be the hard, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your